The President. Questions. Question 1, Mr. Ma Fung Kwok. Thank you, Mr. President. The economic contribution of the cultural and creative industry CCIs in terms of percentage share in gross domestic product increased from 3.8% in 2005 to 4.9% in 2012, and the employment in such industries as a percentage in the total employment during the same period increased from 5.1% to 5.5%. Some members of the industries have pointed out that although CCIs are emerging pillar industries in Hong Kong, the room for survival of such industries has been severely compressed, and their development has been seriously constrained due to the tight supply of land. In reply to my question in October last year, the chief executive indicated that the development of creative industries at the Lok Ma Chau Loop, the loop, would be considered. Regarding the provision of land for the development of CCIs, will the government inform this council, A, of the current progress of the planning work for the loop, how CCIs are expected to benefit from the development of such area, whether the authorities have conducted any assessment on the land required for the development of such industries, if so, how such demand for land will be met, if not, of the reasons for that. 2, whether it has considered strengthening cooperation with the mainland departments and, on the premise of comprehensive infrastructure, renting sites on the mainland for establishing parks for emerging industries which will mainly be managed by the Hong Kong side, so as to take forward the development of CCIs of Hong Kong. And 3, whether the Consultative Committee on Economic and Trade Cooperation between Hong Kong and the mainland has, since its establishment October last year, discussed how to foster the development of CCIs, if so, of the details, if not the reasons for that, given that some members of the industries have proposed the construction of a film and TV city in Nansha, whether the committee has discussed this proposal, if so, of the details, if not the reasons for that. Secretary for Commerce and Economic Development. My reply to the questions raised by Mr. Ma Fung Kwok is as follows. 1 and 2. The CEDB is responsible for promoting the development of creative industries. Creative industries cover advertising, architecture, design, digital entertainment, film, music, publishing, and printing, television, etc. The Home Affairs Bureau, HAB, supports the development of arts and culture in Hong Kong, covering performing arts, visual arts, literary arts, and intangible cultural heritage. Creative industries under the purview of CEDB cover different sectors. The business nature and scale varies from one creative sector to another. Creative establishments are mostly small and medium enterprises or operated on a self-employed basis. With the exception of a small number of enterprises, such as television stations, film studios, etc., which require larger parcels of land, creative establishments are mainly scattered in commercial and industrial buildings in different districts. Hence, the demand of creative industries for office facilities and business premises has largely been reflected in Hong Kong's overall demand for commercial and industrial buildings. CEDB has not conducted any specific assessment of the land required by creative industries. To develop creative clusters, the government and relevant organizations offer support to selected creative sectors by provision of office facilities and support services. Cyberport and InnoCenter lease working space to digital entertainment and design companies, respectively. Incubation programs for startups are also available in both creative clusters. In addition, the former police married quarters on Hollywood Road, PMQ, revitalized with the government's funding support, will commence operation in the first half of this year, providing studios to some 100 establishments and persons engaged in creative industries. As regards the development of the arts and culture, HAB promotes the development of cultural software through supporting the development of quality arts programs, audience building, arts education, the grooming of arts talents, and cultural exchange. HAB provides funding support to small, medium, and major art groups and individual artists through direct subvention and grants provided through the Hong Kong Arts Development Council and under the Arts Capacity Development Funding Scheme. The Leisure and Cultural Services Department, LCSD, engages arts groups and artists in the programs and exhibitions presented by the department and operates cultural facilities including performance venues, museums, centers of visual arts and public libraries, etc. HAB also provides funding support to projects of providing art space for arts groups and artists, such as those implemented by the Jockey Club Creative Arts Centre and the Hong Kong Arts Development Council. The government takes into account the needs of creative industries when planning for the land uses of new development areas. The Lok Ma Chau Loop mentioned by Mr. Ma Fung Kwok is a case in point. The final proposals of the planning and engineering study on development of Lok Ma Chau Loop, the study, were promulgated in July 2013. According to the recommended outline development plan (RODP) of the study, the LMC Loop will be developed with higher education as the leading land use, complemented by high-tech research and development (R&D) and cultural and creative industries (C&C). The recommended land uses for the loop have taken into consideration the advantage of its strategic location at the boundary district of Hong Kong and Shenzhen in attracting talents in knowledge, technology, and creative industries, and through development of the loop to facilitate knowledge and technology exchange between the two cities. Under the RODP, about 8.6 hectares of land, providing a maximum gross floor area of 411,000 square meters, is earmarked for high-tech R&D and C&C uses, in which interchangeability amongst the two uses is allowed in order to provide a flexible land use framework to meet future market demand. The works ahead will include preparation of a statutory outline zoning plan and detailed engineering design of the advanced works. We shall endeavour to commence as early as possible part of the advanced works to facilitate site formation and building construction so that part of the facilities in the loop can be put into early operation. Moreover, Kowloon East is being transformed into another core business district to support Hong Kong's long-term economic development. The Development Bureau will capitalize on the transformation of Kowloon East and identify sites to support the development of arts, culture, and creative industries. For example, the Development Bureau will convert the sites underneath the Kwun Tong bypass for arts and cultural events and use by creative industries. Hong Kong has a highly open market, quality business support services, well-established intellectual property regime, the rule of law, and free flow of information, providing an ideal business platform for creative establishments. The government is committed to fostering a favorable environment in Hong Kong for developing creative industries and has no plan to establish parks on the mainland for Hong Kong's creative industries. Part 3 of the reply. The responsibility of the Consultative Committee on Economic and Trade Cooperation between Hong Kong and the mainland is to advise the Hong Kong SAR government on matters relating to strengthening cooperation with the mainland in trade, economic, and other relevant areas. Topics to be discussed are determined by the committee. Since its establishment, the committee has not discussed how to promote the development of cultural and creative industries in Hong Kong or the construction of a film and television city in Nansha. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Ma Fung Kwok. Mr. President, Hong Kong has limited resources as far as land is concerned, and this poses great constraint on the arts and culture sector. The film sector doesn't have the sufficient land to carry out advanced preparation of filming works. Some comment that costumes, props, etc. require certain larger sites, but they're unable to afford the high rental. And in the long run, in terms of advanced and post-filming production, the film sector finds it hard to survive. In the reply, it is said that there is no plan to establish a park for cultural and creative industries, and there is no discussion on this topic. My question is whether there is study on cooperation between the two governments to create a cultural and creative industrial base for the development of the film industry. Secretary, Mr. President, in my reply, I already mentioned that to develop creative clusters, the government provides various support to the sector. For example, we provide office facilities and support services. We also, in relation to business startups in the sector, we launch incubation programs as part of the support. So, apart from Create Smart, with an injection of $300 million in the Film Development Fund, we also assist the film industry, and we also have the working group under the EDC on arts and creative industries development. Mr. Ma Fung-kwok mentions cooperation between the two governments. This is exactly the Consultative Committee on Economic and Trade Cooperation between Hong Kong and the mainland's responsibility in exploring development opportunities in the related areas in Nansha and Hengqin, and they're actively exploring room for strengthening cooperation. We understand that land supply is limited in Hong Kong, and if possible, if the creative industries can utilize the resources on the mainland for its development, we're happy to strengthen communications. Chen Yunhan. Thank you, Mr. President. I have two questions in relation to the administration's reply to Mr. Ma Fung-kwok. Please raise one question first. All right, so be it, one question. Just now, Secretary said that the core business district will be created in Kowloon East and that a space will be created underneath the Kwun Tong bypass. Well, I also make this proposal. However, my original proposal is to link this to the Kwun Tong area. And the Polytechnic University professor recently came up with a large plan. That is how to link the site underneath the bypass with the surrounding areas in Kwun Tong, and you could make use of the space underneath the flyovers for use by creative industries. And I discussed with the sector, we can follow the example of New York. Say owners of industrial buildings may be given a certain relaxation on the plot ratio if they're willing to provide space for the industries. So why don't you consider it? I think, yes, you have been active in exploring the use of land under the flyovers, but young people are angry because the government doesn't help them, and rather they are driven away. So why don't you consider it, Secretary? Thank you, Ms. Chen Yunhan, for the question. Indeed, in Kowloon East, I also note creative clusters being formed there in Kowloon East, in particular in Kwun Tong. They have formed a community, and they have now moved in industrial buildings to establish their communities. In fact, the Development Bureau has been exploring more sites in Kowloon East to support the development of creative industries. For example, for the Kai-Tak Fantasy in Kowloon East, space has been reserved for the development of the culture and creative industries. And the mode of development is yet to be determined. And Ms. Chan is concerned about this. For example, for the former Tai Ham village site, last September, the administration proposed to Wong Tai Sin District Council in relation to the development plan for Simei Street. The bus terminus would be reprovisioned to vacate the site with a gross floor area of 13,150 square meters, which can be used by the creative industries. So the administration also understands the needs of the sector, and we believe Kowloon East is a suitable location. Your question is not answered? He talks about Tai Ham Village. I commend him for that, but I'm talking about Kwun Tong. If the space under the flyover and industrial buildings could be used for development, that would be better. But please answer me on Kwun Tong industrial buildings. Secretary, please respond to the point about industrial buildings in Kwun Tong. In my main reply, I already said that the creative industries cover a very wide scope. The office space required by the industries are not so different than other business operations. So The overall demand for commercial and industrial buildings in Hong Kong have largely reflected the need or the demand of creative industries for office facilities. As for the future development in Kwun Tong to maximize the use of space, we are actively following up on this suggestion. Mr. Christopher Chung, I'd like to follow up on the second and the third part of the reply. Now, I want to tell the Secretary that it has to do with the supply chain. The government is only promoting the film sector. What about other related industries, art galleries, performing arts, etc.? If they want to have performances or have exhibitions on the mainland, the administration currently provides no assistance. The crux of the problem is that arts and culture is under the purview of the Home Affairs Bureau, whereas tapping mainland markets and developing business opportunities are under the purview of your Bureau, Secretary. So can you work with the HAB and explore this possibility? Apart from the film industry, can you assist other creative industries in tapping the mainland market? And can you ask the LCSD to deploy some staff to the ETOs on the mainland to strengthen cooperation with our mainland counterpart in strengthening cooperation and looking for available sites? Please be seated, Mr. Chung. You have asked your question, Secretary. In terms of the administration's work, the CEDB and the HAB do cooperate on this issue. We provide support on various fronts to the creative industries. As I said in the outset, the creative industries cover a wide spectrum. They include architecture, design, music, film, publishing, etc. Different creative community has different need, and the CDB and the Trade Development Council also brings designers to different places for the purpose of promoting their business. So whether we need to deploy staff at the ETO, I don't think at present there is such a need. We can, through other channels, help them tap overseas markets. Mr. Zhong, Secretary hasn't answered my question. Can you give me one more example how you can help artist groups and artists in Hong Kong in their activities on the mainland? Otherwise, if we just well, Mr. Chung, you have asked another question. Please be seated and press your button if you want to ask a second question. Answer my question, please. He hasn't answered my question. Mr. Ronnie Tong. Sorry, speaker's not coming through. All right, sorry. Now, Mr. Ma asked about the Lok Ma Chau Loop development. However, in the Secretary's reply, it's very perfunctory. No information is available. In the Donald Tsang era, the administration proposed to develop the higher education industry at the Lok Ma Chau Loop. And at that time, it was suggested that more than one higher education institution or even university can be built there. But since the Donald Tsang era ends, we have heard nothing about the development of the Lok Ma Chau Loop. So about developing higher education in the Lok Ma Chau Loop, Secretary, is this still the government's plan? If so, will there be more than one university being built there to make up for the shortfall of university places in Hong Kong? Secretary, thank you, Mr. Tong, for your question. In my main reply, I mentioned that the Lok Ma Chau Loop development will be carried out with higher education as the leading land use. Today's question is about the development of the cultural and creative industries in Lok Ma Chau Loop. And therefore, the development of Lok Ma Chau Loop will also be complemented by high-tech industries, R&D, and cultural and creative industries. At present, I don't think there is a specific or detailed plan for the Lok Ma Chau Loop in terms of operational and planning matters and the splitting of funding. We're still at this stage. We haven't reached a stage of how many universities should be built. Mr. Donald Tsang's proposal was very clear. Now nothing's mentioned. Does it mean that Mr. Donald Tsang's proposal has been scrapped? Mr. Tong, I think Secretary has replied to your question. If you're not happy with this answer, please follow up on other occasions. Mr. Charles Mok. Secretary just mentioned that Lok Ma Chau Loop will be developed with higher education as the leading land use, complemented by high-tech research and development, etc. If so, I don't think we should confine it to the planning for land use. I think it's a good opportunity for us to develop a smart city or smart area. This is just the initial stage. Secretary, will you incorporate the objective of building a smart city into the plan to create opportunities for the innovation and C&C sector? If so, how will this be done? Secretary, as I replied to Mr. Tong's question just now, the Lok Ma Chau Loop development is a cooperation plan between Hong Kong and the mainland. We need to further discuss the details, including the mode of development, implementation, management, and also the splitting of costs. Whether it should be developed into a high-tech area, we still need to explore this idea. Mr. Chen Kam-lam. Mr. President, from the Secretary's reply, we can see that the administration provides various support to the CCIs. However, Secretary, have you considered this? If the sites underneath the Kwun Tong bypass would be used by the industries, together with other measures, these enterprises in the creative industries may need to go through the process of identifying sites, etc. They are paying very high rent in their present premises. How do you help them in resolving the present difficulties? Will there be any rent allowance or subsidies? Secretary, the administration also notes that there are views from the community that cheap land or office space or rent concessions should be offered to the creative industries. However, we don't think this is a long-term solution to enhancing the competitiveness of the creative industries. We believe the role of the government should be to upgrade the overall competitiveness of the creative industries and the grooming of talents, developing new markets and supporting new business startups. So as I said just now, we have the Create Smart, and we have injected a new round of funding to support these measures. And we also have a working group under the Economic Development Council to support the objective of enhancing competitiveness of the creative industries. We've spent over 23 minutes on this question.
Question 2, Mr. Albert Chan. President, members of the public have pointed out that the government, on one hand, encourages the public to resolve disputes by arbitration or mediation, but, on the other hand, resorts only to judicial proceedings in dealing with disputes with the public, such as on compensation for land resumption. Quite a number of members of the public cannot afford the high legal costs and hence have no choice but to accept the compensation proposals offered by the government. These members of the public have also pointed out that in Canada, an arbitration or mediation mechanism is in place for resolving disputes arising from land resumption by the government, and they propose that the government should follow the relevant practices. In this connection, will the government inform this Council, A, of the reasons for not resolving by arbitration or mediation those disputes that involve land resumption by the government, B, of the reasons for government taking different stance towards dispute resolution among members of the public and those between the government and members of the public, and C, whether it will consider introducing an arbitration or mediation mechanism by way of a pilot scheme to deal with certain common disputes between members of the public and the government. If it will, of the details; if not, reasons for that. Secretary for Justice. My reply to the three parts of the question is as follows. A. Currently, the government resumes private land for public use pursuant to the relevant laws of Hong Kong, including Land Resumption Ordinance Cap. 124, Roads, Works, Use and Compensation Ordinance Cap. 370, etc. These ordinances provide for payment of compensation for the private land resumed or interests affected. In general terms, statutory compensation. The entitlements to compensation, the procedures involved, as well as the basis and principles of assessment of the compensation, are set out in the relevant ordinances, while the authority for final determination under the ordinances rests with the Lands Tribunal. In addition, the government has also put in place a system of ex gratia land compensation and allowances as an alternative to statutory compensation, with a view to minimizing the hardship faced by former owners and affected parties. The assessment methods and eligibility criteria of the ex gratia allowance are established with the approval of the Legal Finance Committee. Experience shows that the ex gratia compensation and allowance system has been working well. On one hand, it addresses the reasonable needs of the affected parties, and on the other, reduces the need to claim statutory compensation. If the parties do not accept the ex gratia compensation offer made by the government, they may make a claim for statutory compensation. Generally speaking, the Lands Department, Landsd, would negotiate with the former owners and affected parties on matters related to the claims. Parties may take their claims to the Lands Tribunal for final determination of quantum of statutory compensation if agreement cannot be reached with the government. In other words, in assessing the amount of statutory compensation, that is the quantum, Landsd is obliged to follow the principles set out in the respective ordinances and the court rulings made in land resumption cases. Likewise, in assessing whether an individual is entitled to ex gratia payment, and in determining the quantum of compensation, Landsd cannot deviate from the established principles and methods regarding eligibility and criteria for the ex gratia compensation allowances. Under such circumstance, room for arbitration and mediation is limited. For this reason, arbitration and mediation may not necessarily enhance the flexibility of the government's handling of disputes related to statutory compensation claims. Notwithstanding, Landsd may consider requests for handling statutory compensation claims by mediation if claimant so requests. But the mediation process and decisions made cannot affect the government's and the Lands Tribunal's exercising of power under the law. B. The administration is always keen to promote the use of arbitration and mediation as a means of dispute resolution, and has encouraged bureaus and departments to use these means for resolution of disputes involving the government in suitable circumstances. In relation to mediation, Practice Direction 31 on mediation and Practice Direction 18.1 on personal injuries list issued by the judiciary provide that parties to legal proceedings have to consider engaging in mediation for settlement of the disputes. These two practice directions are effective from January 2010 and April 2009 respectively and apply to the government. Therefore, in civil proceedings to which these practice directions are applicable, the government will comply with the practice directions and actively engage in mediation with a view to settling the disputes concerned in suitable circumstances. To this end, the Department of Justice has enhanced training and will continue to work closely with other bureaus and departments to organize mediation training courses targeting their specific needs. In relation to arbitration, there are at present provisions under some ordinances, including the Tongchong Cable Car Ordinance, Cap 577, and the Eastern Harbour Crossing Ordinance, Cap 215, which provide that if disputes arise in respect of the matters as specified, the government and the parties concerned shall use arbitration to resolve the disputes. There were cases in which arbitration was used pursuant to the ordinances. In addition, the government has in fact adopted mediation or arbitration as dispute resolution mechanism in other fields. For example, the standard clauses under government public works contracts and consultancy agreements provide that the contracting parties may resolve disputes by mediation or arbitration. C. Although arbitration and mediation are two effective means of dispute resolution, they may not be applicable in all types of cases. In relation to some cases involving the government, such as judicial review applications, they involve important legal points or significant public interest. It's necessary to refer the case to the court for an authoritative ruling made in public, so as to lay down legal basis and guidance for future reference in handling similar cases. Nevertheless, depending on the needs, the government will consider introducing schemes for mediation or arbitration in suitable areas. As mentioned in the 2014 policy address, in respect of lease modification applications submitted by private landowner, the government will introduce a pilot scheme for arbitration on land premium to facilitate early agreement on land premium payable by way of arbitration so as to speed up land and housing supply. In addition, the Steering Committee on Mediation set up in late 2012 will monitor the implementation of the existing measures and consider new initiatives to promote and foster the development of mediation in Hong Kong. Thank you. Mr. Albert Chan. Well, obviously, the government's reply refers that conglomerates and developers can resort to mediation, but not members of the public. It's been 14 years. Owners still cannot get compensation. These small owners ask for mediation and arbitration, but their requests have been turned down. Arbitration and mediation aims at driving down the legal cost so that the case doesn't have to go to court and there is a mechanism for the case to be dealt with. But the government rejected requests by small owners to resolve the case by mediation and arbitration. The government, relying on their huge legal team, to scare members of the public away so that they don't want to take the case to court and they will just accept whatever they are offered. Well, 4 years ago, I have given you my stance and my submission saying that when it comes to land disputes, arbitration and mediation should be used. Will the government reconsider? They want to turn Hong Kong into an arbitration and mediation center, but they should not scare the public away using their huge team and abundant resources and deny members of the public the avenue of arbitration and mediation. Secretary for Justice. First, I'd like to clarify that the government does not have the intention to scare members of the public away with judicial proceedings. When it comes to the choice of court proceedings or arbitration and mediation, we take into account the nature of the dispute and the individual circumstance of the case. We do not solely rely on the fact that it involves members of the public or conglomerates in deciding whether we use legal proceedings, mediation, or arbitration to resolve the case. And I'd like to give a clear answer to Mr. Chan's question. When it comes to promotion of arbitration and mediation, we want to strengthen Hong Kong's position as a center for dispute resolution in Asia. We highlight the benefits of arbitration and mediation, and this is one of the reasons why we promote this. Another benefit is that arbitration and mediation use less time and cost compared to lengthy legal proceedings. So in suitable circumstances, we are happy to use mediation and arbitration. But I'd like to say that whether it is arbitration or mediation, they are different means to resolve disputes. And as to when to use which depends on the circumstances. You may be a strong advocate of arbitration or mediation, whether you're a lawyer or in the dispute resolution field. They cannot say that arbitration or mediation is a panacea. We have to take into account the facts of the case. That's why there is a dedicated working group under the Steering Committee on Mediation to consider what plans or schemes to introduce in the future. I can tell you that the Steering Committee on Mediation is working on the use of mediation in medical cases and building management. And we will conduct studies, and that also includes water seepage. Mr. Ibrahim Sheikh. In the last paragraph of the main reply, it mentions about making use of arbitration to resolve land premium disputes. When will this scheme be launched? And what are the details and criteria? Secretary, our current plan is that in the middle of this year, 2014, we will announce the details of the pilot scheme. We are still studying the details of the proposed scheme. After that, we will consult the trade before we announce the details of the scheme. Mr. Dennis Kwok. Thank you. I see that in the third paragraph of the main reply, he mentions about the importance of judicial review. And he also mentions that when it comes to dealing with important point of law and those with significant public interest, judicial review cases are very important. And the court very often have to make authoritative ruling in these cases. But when it comes to judgments of judicial review cases, some legislators or political parties will say outside the court that people abuse judicial review applications and our judiciary. In this regard, will the government make further clarifications and enhance the civic education so that the public will know that when it comes to the process of dealing with judicial review and the criteria used by the Department of Justice, the Legal Aid Department, and the court, so that the public will have a better understanding of the situation? Secretary, I thank Mr. Kwok for his question. First, I can certainly say that the government respects the right of the public to take out judicial review. And this is an important part in our rule of law. Mr. Kwok mentioned about cases involving judgment of judicial review, and it triggered public discussion. It's healthy to have discussions in the community. We are a pluralistic society. Different people will have different views, and by expressing their views, it shows that we have freedom of expression. And on different occasions, people express their views on these cases is allowed under the law. When it comes to civic education, we've always supported civic education. And we've always wanted to enhance the understanding by the public of the law. We will continue with our work, which include judicial review under civil proceedings. Ms. Priscilla Leung, what is the third part of the reply? I think it has digressed from the point in the question. Today we're talking about arbitration. In the community, a lot of people face a problem. They cannot afford the legal costs, while the other party has abundant resources. I mentioned in a motion in 2009 that it should not be just about mediation. Mediation is not binding. Arbitration is. So when it comes to land disputes and disputes involving OCs, owners of corporations, and I'm glad to hear about medical cases that you would like to use mediation. But mediation itself is not binding. And you now have launched the pilot scheme for arbitration on land premium. Of course, I welcome this pilot scheme, but can the scope be expanded to other areas? Can I hear an answer from you that you are exploring the possibility of expanding the coverage on OC disputes and issues involving significant public interest? Who is to take this question? Secretary for Justice. Thank you. Application of arbitration, as I said, depends on the case. Ms. Leung mentions about owners' corporation disputes, but there are many different types of cases. We do not rule the possibility of the use of arbitration in dealing with these cases. When the parties would like to use arbitration, of course, the government will encourage that, and there is nothing that stops them under the law from doing it. But please understand that litigation, mediation, and arbitration are different. Arbitration and litigation attracts considerable legal cost, whereas a mediation will involve a lower cost. So our emphasis is first on mediation. Mr. Tong Li-jie. Thank you. According to CAP 124 Lands Resumption Ordinance, parties affected and the government, if they cannot agree on the quantum within a reasonable time, the government can make an advance payment to the parties affected. I want to ask, under the existing policy, this advance payment, will it be the entire amount based on the initial assessment to tie owners over the difficulties? And if not, who is to decide that, the quantum? Secretary for Development. When it comes to the interim payment, it's based on the evaluation and assessment of the Lands Department. But in some cases, apart from the evaluation, in certain circumstances, there may be ex gratia payment. But the ex gratia payment is a choice of the parties involved. They can choose to have the ex gratia payment and not statutory compensation to resolve the dispute. But if this dispute is still ongoing, they will not be given ex gratia payment. The interim payment will depend on the assessment of statutory compensation. Mr. James Tian. I rarely agree with Mr. Chen, but on this occasion I do. The government says that in relation to CAP 124, and 372, they are in relation to land resumption and roads. But they refer to statutory compensation. Over the years, I see that the amount is always below the market rate, but they have a different approach when it comes to developers. You ask for 1 billion and you counteroffer by 600 million. And they can easily spend hundreds of $1,000s in a court case. So if you don't have the resources and you are kind of forced to accept the compensation is unfair. In the policy address, there is the pilot scheme for arbitration on land premium. I don't think it should only be applicable to developers on land premium. Why can't it be expanded to wider scope so that members of the public can make use of this scheme to resolve disputes? Say, for example, you offer $100,000 and it's not taken, and then you counter offer $120,000, then the case will be resolved because it's accepted. Secretary for Development. As the S4J said, when it comes to the formulation of policies, the administration will not take into account the identity of the party affected, say, for example, developers vis-a-vis members of the public. When it comes to the we will take into account the conditions set down in the policy and the ordinance. There are provisions setting out the criteria, principle, and calculation of quantum under the ordinances. Say, for example, land resumption in the new territories, there is ex gratia payment. It's available not just for owners, and in some cases, occupiers can get it as well. And as to who may make an application, we have to come to the LegCo to get funding approval before the parties get the payment. So whether it is statutory compensation or ex gratia payment, we have to go through the vetting of the LegCo, and the criteria is quite stringent. Everything is provided for and set down. And that's why mediation, there is little room for a mediation. This room is limited. Based on past experience, when it comes to ex gratia payment, there is a high percentage of acceptance. Say, for example, land resumption in the new territories. There are 4 areas when compensations are made, and the acceptance rate is as high as 95%. In urban areas, it's mostly related to urban renewal projects. When the URA, the Urban Renewal Authority, received applications that reaches a certain threshold, then they will deal with it. And for those who, for cases that do not reach the threshold, then the case will go to the government. And very often, over 80% of the parties involved will accept the offer made, which are quite good. And the URA only accepts such cases, and there is the remaining 20%. And the case will be dealt with by the Lands Department, and about 48% of them accept the offer. So to a certain extent, the current mechanism is working well. Mr. Tian? Well, I asked a specific question and it's not answered about arbitration on land premium. Will the scope be expanded to members of the public and not just developer? My understanding is that the Secretary said the current mechanism is working well. I think your question has been answered. Secretary, would you make it clear whether you will or will not expand the scope? In relation to the pilot scheme for arbitration on land premium, regardless of the identity of the owner, we have the same treatment, whether they are companies or individuals, as long as they are the owners. And when discussing with the lease and modification applications, we treat them in the same way. We have spent almost 26 minutes on this question.
The third question, Mr. Yip Kin Yun. Mr. President, quite a number of primary and secondary school teachers have related to me that due to an excessive number of teaching lessons and the need to deal with copious amounts of non-teaching work, they work excessively long hours and do not have adequate rest time. As a result, such a situation not only affects teaching quality but also makes them unable to spare time to take care of and provide counseling to individual students. These teachers opine that given the sound financial position of the government, the President, and ample supply of qualified teachers, the authorities should expeditiously implement measures to improve the class-teacher ratios of secondary and primary schools and increase the number of permanent teaching posts in the teaching establishments as to relieve the problem of excessive workload of teachers. In this connection, will government inform this Council A of the criteria based on which the authorities set the existing class-teacher ratios of secondary and primary schools, whether they have assessed if such ratios need to be improved, if they have of the assessment outcome and the improvement measures, if not, the reasons for that. B, given that the incumbent chief executive undertook in his election manifesto that he would suitably increase the number of teachers, thereby enabling teachers to devote more time to students and to their own professional development, whether the authorities have conducted studies or reviews on the expansion of the teaching establishment as well as draw up relevant measures and timetable, if they have of the details, if not, the reasons for that. And C, as some members of the education sector pointed out that at present, quite a number of young people aspiring to join the teaching profession can only be appointed on fixed-term contracts due to the lack of permanent teaching post vacancies, and there has been a persistent wastage of young teachers if they have not been provided with a stable working environment to give full play to their strength and expertise. Whether the Bureau is concerned about such a situation and how the authorities will solve the succession problem of teaching manpower in future. Secretary for Education. Mr. President, my reply to the honourable member's question is as follows. A. When formulating policies concerning school resources, including teacher manpower, the Education Bureau actively listens to the sector's views and considers the actual needs and resource priority. We strive to create an enabling environment for quality education. To take the implementation of the new senior secondary and SS academic structure as an example, after extensive consultation with sector in 2004 and 2005, we decided to revise the class-teacher ratios in the 2009-10 school year and further improved the ratio for senior secondary levels to 2 teachers per class starting from 2012-13 school year. Cash grants such as the Senior Secondary Curriculum Support Grant and the Diversity Learning Grant are also disbursed on a recurrent basis to support schools and teachers. Regarding primary schools, as a result of a consultation with the sector, we have provided schools with additional teaching posts in their permanent staff establishment since 2006-7 school year for the implementation of specialized teaching, hence increasing the class teacher ratio of whole-day primary schools to 1.5 teachers per class. Posts of curriculum leaders were also created in the permanent staff establishment with effect from 2007-8 school year. All these are the results achieved through a consultation with sector. In reviewing the manpower resources of schools, we have to look beyond the class-teacher ratios and take a holistic view on resources and other support measures available, including the provision of additional regular teachers under various education policies and various cash grants for employing additional teaching staff. Based on their situations and development needs, schools can deploy these cash grants for employing additional teachers and supporting staff on top of the teaching staff establishment, or procuring services to reduce the workload of the teachers. As in the past, we'll review schools' manpower needs in a timely manner to help schools implement poverty alleviation and other learning supporting initiatives. It has been announced in the 2014 policy address that starting from 2014-15 school year, will provide public sector primary schools with an additional recurrent grant equivalent to the salary of a clerical assistant to relieve the administrative workload of teachers. We'll also provide the public sector's schools operating senior secondary classes with an additional recurrent grant equivalent to salary of a graduate master mistress to strengthen life planning education. These targeted support measures are introduced having regard to the sector's views, be a number of important initiatives implemented by the Education Bureau in recent years. For example, small class teaching in primary schools and reduction of the number of students allocated per secondary one class have had a direct impact on relieving teachers' workload. The average student-teacher ratios of public sector secondary and primary schools have been lowered from 18.0 to 1 and 18.4 to 1 respectively in 25-6 school year to the estimated 13.8 to 1 and 14.2 to 1 respectively in 2013-14 school year. Meanwhile, the unit costs for subsidized places in aided secondary and primary schools have increased by about 62%, 92% respectively, a growth from 33,340 and 24,640 in 2005-6 financial year to 54,170 and 47,320 in the 2013-14 financial year. With continuously improving student-teacher ratios, teachers can devote more time to take care of students and pursue professional development. It is anticipated that the ratios will be lowered further when initiatives on small class teaching for primary schools and reduction of number of students allocated per S1 class for secondary schools are gradually extended to classes in high levels. Furthermore, under NSS curriculum, subjects are often taught in flexible manner in subject groups. The average size of teaching groups for a majority of subjects is maintained at 25 or below, which has significantly increased the opportunities for teachers to take care of individual students. We will keep monitoring the school situation from time to time, improve the teacher manpower resources according to actual needs as and when necessary. As committed at a meeting on education panel last June, I've conveyed the sector's concern about teacher manpower to Education Commission, which has also discussed the issue at its meeting in February 2014 and will continue to follow up the matter. The Bureau has been very concerned about supply and demand of teachers. We'll take into account the changes in student population in the coming 10 years and adjust the number of government-funded teacher education places so as to maintain balance and stable supply and demand of teachers. We've also been requesting schools to call priority to employing teachers with teacher training. The data of recent years revealed that there are on average about 2,000 teachers leaving the profession each school year due to retirement, further studies, or other personal reasons. The vacancies thus arising are adequate for absorbing the newly graduated prospective teachers. In response to a transient decline in secondary school student population in the coming few years, the Bureau has implemented a basket of targeted relief measures in 13-14 school year. These measures have effectively enabled the schools to retain teachers within the establishment, thus minimizing the competition between surplus teachers and prospective teachers for posts. Furthermore, with the anticipated gradual increase in primary school student population, implementation of small class teaching in primary schools, and provision of additional resources in the next year, as announced in policy address this year, to strengthen support for non-Chinese speaking students and life planning education and career guidance services, all such are conducive to increase in the overall number of posts for absorbing fresh graduates. We anticipate normal turnover can be maintained as a whole in the coming few years. In recent years, the number of young people joining the profession has been steady. Nearly 90% of those newly joined each year are at the age of 29 or below, while 50% of such teachers are at the age of 25 or below. Besides, most of the serving teachers of primary schools are between 30 and 40 years old. Most secondary school teachers are evenly distributed in the various age groups from 25 to 45. As seen, there is no evidence showing succession problem in the teaching force. As for work stability, about 90% of secondary and primary school teachers are employed under the staff establishment. According to information of 2012-13 school year, 60% of the teachers employed under staff establishment for 5 years or less are at the age of 27 or below. Overall speaking, teaching has remained a relatively stable profession. Thank you. Mr. President, on 5 occasions, the Secretary, in his reply, mentioned extensive consultation with the sector, but on no occasion has the largest union for teachers been consulted. So can it be regarded as having regard to the sector's views, I want to point out that the crux of the matter is we want to make the number of teaching lessons reasonable and the workload reasonable for teachers so as to raise quality of teaching. Well, in fact, we have the most serious problem with workload. A teacher almost teaches 30 lessons, 28 for mainland and 20 for the mainland, 28 for Taiwan. Now, if we don't review the class-teacher ratios, does it show that the Bureau thinks that the fragmented approach can address the problem of excessive workload and the excessive number of teaching lessons? I want to know whether there is data to show that the workload has been brought down to a reasonable level. Secretary, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Yip, for your question. As far as workload for teachers is concerned, we consider a number of factors. First of all, we have permanent teaching posts, and we have also got a number of cash grants, and we have also got specific subvention. And then in reviewing the new senior secondary academic structure, we'll look at the quantity of workload. We'll also look at the impact of school-based assessment on teachers in accordance with feedback from teachers and principals. We'd like to reduce that so as to lower the level of workload. And thirdly, in relation to the overall workload of teachers, the issue has been forwarded to the Education Commission for formal discussion. The Commission has representatives from all stakeholders. Thank you. Mr. President, I think the Secretary is merely repeating the measures already contained in his main reply. Which part of your question hasn't been answered? I would like to know whether he has got data to show that the workload of teachers has already been brought down to a reasonable level. That's about the outcome. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to say that I have missed one point, and that's about the number of teaching lessons. We did look into the matter in great depth. In South Korea, 26 to 27 lessons, but then they have 35 to 40 minutes per lesson. When compared to 40 to 45 minutes a lesson, the quantity is different. Mainland, the situation mainland, other than the teaching lessons, mainland teachers also spend a lot of time on research and development. This is not the same elsewhere. Mr. Shatlai Him. Thank you, Mr. President. I read the question as well as the reply of the Secretary. I don't think the Secretary has really addressed the question. I think the quantity is affecting the quality of teaching. And I want to know when we will practice small class teaching so the teachers don't need to worry about their job security, in particular those contract staff. A lot of young people have been put off in joining the teaching force. So when are you going to introduce small class teaching? Secretary. Thank you, President. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have had 6 years of experience of rolling over small class teaching in primary schools year by year. We are now reviewing the experience. When it comes to secondary school education, I think this has also been mentioned in my main reply. That is, for secondary schools, in particular for senior secondary classes, they have teaching groups. So sometimes in a group, you have only got a dozen of students only if you practice more class teaching, and that would become a problem. And in fact, when it comes to teaching groups, I think the average size is around about 25. I think this is a very important point. And then we have a policy to support the teachers, and we are reducing the number of students allocated per secondary 1 class. So surplus teachers are able to take up further studies, and such an arrangement means that the workload of teachers can be lowered to a reasonable level. Dr. Helena Wong. Thank you, Mr. President. Many young people have told us that they would very much like to become teachers, but it's very difficult for them to find a post. Now, in the third part of your main reply, Secretary, I don't think you have addressed the question seriously. You simply say that in the policy address, we are going to strengthen the support for non-Chinese speaking teachers, and there will be life planning education. But then they are for the short term, and therefore schools dare not hire teachers under staff establishment on a permanent basis. Now, you may very well say that those who join the force are young, but then they don't have a prospect because they never know whether they can have their contracts renewed. So there's no security. Therefore, young people dare not join the teaching force. Now, even if you want to take on the task, there is no security. Ms. Wong, please raise your question. Can the Secretary tell us clearly, in the past 5 years, I want to know, for young graduates, how many of them have been able to take up a teaching post on a permanent basis, and how many of them are contract staff only? Secretary. Thank you, President. Thank you, Dr. Wong. I want to give a reply to 2 points. First of all, we have 50,000 teachers in the teaching force, a 5% wastage rate, including retirement, change of jobs, etc. Then it means that we have 2,000 vacancies, and every year we have about 1,000 prospective teachers wishing to join the teaching profession. So in terms of the numbers, I think this can be addressed, as mentioned in my main reply, but we do understand that there are different subjects, and then teachers have different preferences. So sometimes a teacher may start as a contract teacher. As I've mentioned, over 90% of them are already working under staff establishment, and many schools are already working hard to provide permanent posts whenever the opportunity arises. So this is part of the arrangements, and we have made a lot of progress. Over 2/3 of the situation has been improved, and 25% of the schools do not have contract teaching posts. Not answered. For those newly joined teachers, I want to know how many of them are having teaching contracts as the mode of employment. Secretary, do you have the information? The established system does not provide for this data. I have talked to the Institute of Education. I've been told that 90% or more of their graduates can find a job. For the rest, I think they have their own arrangements and they have their own preference. We have to understand that this may not be the ideal situation, but then between work and schools' needs, I think there is always a difference. Do you have the figures concerning the number of teachers working as contract teachers and those on permanent basis? According to our statistics, 90% of the teachers are working under the staff establishment. And then for the rest, if I remember correctly, I think 5 or 6% of them are working under a contract. Secretary, please provide the data after the meeting. Ms. Chen Yunhen. President, I think this is about teaching manpower. Well, I do sit on the management committees of schools. I can see that for a long time, teachers have a lot of grievance. It appears that the secretary doesn't find that there is a problem, and he's citing the experience of South Korea, etc. I think he doesn't know the situation. In fact, their workload is huge. Every day they have long working hours. So, Secretary, please try for 1 week's time and work as a teacher in one of the schools. Please ask your question. My question is, Mr. President, many teachers are asking this question. That is, how come that for the same qualifications, teachers are given a different pay package? So in terms of teaching manpower, I think the administration must address this problem. For equal qualifications, they get different pay. So please address this problem. You have asked your question. Please allow the Secretary to answer it. Thank you, President. Thank you, Ms. Chen. Well, in relation to the broader issue of workload as well as the pay package of teachers in primary and secondary schools, I think teachers and teaching assistants have got different we have got different requirements for them, and different schools have also got their own arrangements. I believe that overall speaking, I think the situation is acceptable. And then for workload, it also depends on the qualification and experience as well as the specific work arrangements. For DSS schools, usually their pay is higher. For public sector schools, and their pay levels may be lower. And for contract teachers, there may also be a different pay package for them. Ms. Chen. Secretary hasn't answered your question. Please repeat your question. I don't think he has answered my question. Please repeat your question. Now, teachers complain that they are very busy, and they complain that even for the same qualification experience, they get a different pay. The Secretary hasn't actually dealt with our views. I think the Secretary has answered your question. But if you're not happy with the measures already taken by the administration, please follow this up on other occasions. Mr. Frankie Yik. From the Secretary's reply, we can see that for a period of time in the past, indeed, we have got more subsidies and more permanent posts. But then this is applicable to all categories of schools. However, I don't think the administration is providing more resources to, say, schools in Band 3. Now, we have been told that students in Band 3 schools have a huge diversity of learning abilities, and they've also got students with special educational needs. So my question is, will the administration consider the following as a result of the differences among the three bands of schools? Would you provide a subvention of a different size? Say, for example, for Band 3 schools, is it possible to give them more subvention so as to help them to deal with the difficulties that they face? Secretary. Thank you. Yes, we agree that this is necessary. In particular, for schools in different bands, they may need more resources to support students with learning difficulties. We do have a support grant to allow schools to employ more teachers to help with students with learning difficulties.
Question number 4, Mr. Frankie Yik. President, in the past 4 years, among the top 10 solicitors in each year to whom the Legal Aid Department assigned the most legal aid cases, number of cases assigned to the solicitor on top of the list was higher than that to the solicitor ranked the 10th by roughly 80%. Given that LAD generally assigns, according to the wishes of legally aided persons, to solicitors or counsel nominated by them to be their representatives, and legal aid cases are assigned mainly to a small number of lawyers at present, some members of the taxi and public light bus trades are worried that a legal aid system is susceptible to abuse. For instance, lawbreakers may engage in championcy and abet the injured in traffic accidents to exaggerate the degree of their injuries sustained in order to make fraudulent insurance claims. Due to the increase in the amount of compensation payout, insurance companies raised the insurance premium for vehicles, resulting in an increase in the operating expenditure of the trades. So in this connection, will government inform this council, A, of the annual numbers of legal aid cases in which LAD refused the assignment of the lawyers nominated by the aided persons, with a breakdown by reason for refusal, the average, the highest and the lowest amounts paid for the legal costs, and other disbursements for unsuccessful legal aid cases, the average difference between the amount claimed and the amount of compensation awarded by the court in respect of the successful legal aid compensation claims, and the number of traffic accidents involving taxis and public light buses among such cases in the past 5 years. B. Whether LAD reviewed in the past 5 years the existing legal aid system, including the practice of nomination of lawyers by aided persons, the causes for legal aid cases being assigned mainly to a small number of lawyers, and whether allowing aided persons to nominate lawyers will give rise to problems such as champity, if it did, of the outcome and the solutions for the problems concerned, if not, whether it will conduct such a review, whether it will study the formulation of a code governing aided persons' nomination of lawyers so as to ensure that legal aid cases will not be assigned mainly to certain lawyers, and C, whether it will invite the Corruption Prevention Department of the ICAC to give advice on the existing procedure for assigning legal aid lawyers so as to ensure that the procedure is fair and transparent, if it will, of the details, if not, the reasons for that. Secretary for Home Affairs. President, the government's policy objective of legal aid is to ensure that no one with reasonable grounds for taking or defending a legal action is denied access to justice because of a lack of means. According to the Legal Aid Ordinance, legal aid will only be granted to applicants who pass both the merits test and the means test, and all legal aid applications are processed by LAD's Legal Aid Council. In assigning legal aid cases to lawyers, Section 13 of the LAO provides that where a legal aid certificate is granted, the Director of Legal Aid may act for the aided person through Legal Aid Counsel or assign any lawyer in private practice who is on the legal aid panel selected by either the director or the aided person. To this end, the LAD has devised a set of criteria on the assignment of legal aid cases, which have been endorsed by the Legal Aid Services Council and uploaded onto the LAD's website. In assigning legal aid cases to lawyers on the panel, the aided person's interest is of paramount importance to the LAD. When processing the nomination of lawyers, LAD will, based on the assignment criteria, determine whether the choice of lawyers is appropriate by assessing whether the nominated lawyer has attained the relevant seniority, experience, and expertise required to take up the assignment. If the nominated lawyer is considered not appropriate on grounds like having previous records of unsatisfactory performance in handling legal aid cases or currently handling an overwhelming number of legal aid cases, LAD will discuss the choice of lawyer with the aided person. When necessary, the LAD will ask the aided person to select another panel lawyer and assess whether the newly nominated lawyer is appropriate in taking up the case. As such, the lawyer eventually assigned to take up the case would be agreed to by both the aided person and the LAD. As regards the three parts of Mr. Yik's question, my answer is as follows. A. The LAD has not maintained statistics on the number of legal aid cases where the nomination of lawyer by an aided person was refused. The cost incurred in cases, irrespective of whether the lawyer was nominated by the aided persons, closed in the past 5 years relating to traffic accidents, employees' compensation, and general damages claims for personal injuries are set out in the annex. Meanwhile, all traffic accident cases, regardless of the types of vehicles involved, are classified under the traffic accident category. LAD does not maintain separate statistics on traffic accident cases that involved only taxis or public light buses. Regarding the amount of damages claimed for personal injuries and the judgment sum eventually awarded by the court, the amount claimed in individual cases would often be revised for various reasons in the course of the proceedings. As such, LAD has not compared the amount of damages claimed and the judgment sum eventually awarded by the court for individual cases. B. Under the common law, maintenance and champity are criminal offences and are prohibited under the Code of professional conduct of the Law Society of Hong Kong and the Hong Kong Bar Association. Notices are displayed at LAD offices to remind the public of the risk of engaging recovering agents and of the prohibition of improper touting activities by law firms within LAD premises. If a nominated lawyer is found to have engaged in any improper conduct, LAD will impose appropriate sanctions on the lawyer concerned and refer the case to the Bar Association or the Law Society for follow-up action. To address the public concern on improper touting or championship activities, LAD has introduced a declaration system for legal aid cases in September 2013 after having consulted the Legal Aid Services Council and the 2 legal professional bodies. The system seeks to ensure that the aided person's choice of lawyer is not affected by the improper touting or other conduct on the part of the lawyer concerned. A nominated lawyer who is unable to accept the above declaration condition will not be allowed to take up assignment to handle the case. Meanwhile, LAD has also noted that there were panel lawyers who had been assigned with a relatively larger number of cases. Such situations may not necessarily be related to improper touting or championship activities. LAD will consider enhancing liaison with the 2 legal professional bodies to combat improper touting and imposing appropriate sanctions on law firms that have acted unreasonably or have not handled claims properly. LAD also strives to enhance the transparency of the claims procedures and welcomes the provision of evidence and relevant information such as copying to the LAD correspondences between the defendant or the insurer and the aided person so that LAD may identify in a timely manner any improper conduct on the part of the assigned lawyers. Home Affairs Bureau and the LASC will closely monitor the situation. C. A departmental monitoring committee chaired by the director is established to evaluate the performance of assigned lawyers in handling legal aid cases and a number of legal aid cases assigned. In the past, a representative of the ICAC has attended DMC meetings as an observer. To enhance the transparency and fairness in the assignments of lawyers, LAD and ICAC have formed a corruption prevention group to discuss issues relating to the prevention of corruption and bribery. We understand that the group has agreed to commence a review of the lawyer assignment procedures in the middle of the year. The Home Affairs Bureau will closely monitor the situation. Furthermore, LAD currently has in place a mechanism for making representations regarding legal aid cases. If anyone believes that a person should not have been granted legal aid, for example, that a person has withheld essential information that affects the strength of the case, he or she can make a representation to the LAD. If verified after investigation, the LAD will discharge the relevant aided person's legal aid certificate. If improper conduct on the part of the lawyers is involved, LAD will also take appropriate actions, including issuing advisory letters to the lawyers concerned, placing their names on the record of unsatisfactory performance and conduct, removing their names from the legal aid panel, as well as referring the cases to the relevant legal professional bodies for follow-up action. Thank you, President. Mr. Frankie Yik. President, in his main reply, the Secretary said that the government's policy objective of legal aid was to ensure that no one with reasonable grounds for taking or defending a legal action would be denied access to justice because of a lack of means. But then there are some people abusing the legal aid system. They're making use of public funds to go to court and to make claims, and we are worried that the premium to be paid by public minibus and taxi operators will increase, and as a result, the public will also suffer. Yes, we welcome the formation of the corruption prevention group, and we understand that this group will commence a review in the middle of the year. So will you invite people from the legal services sector and from the insurance sector and from the transport sector to give you more information to facilitate your review? Secretary, yes, the legal aid system seeks to make sure that justice is done. Of course, we are concerned about possible abuses of the legal aid system, and that is why the corruption prevention group has been set up, and in the middle of this year there will be a review concerning lawyer assignment procedures. Now, Mr. Yik is suggesting that the HAB should invite the insurance sector as well as professional drivers and those from the public transport sector to provide information. And I understand that LAD has received complaints and has very seriously investigated those cases. And Mr. Frankie Yik wants to know whether the corruption prevention group comprising LAD and ICAC representatives will invite the relevant parties to provide information to the group to facilitate this work. And I'm sure the group will be interested in hearing about cases. Mr. Chen Kin-po, I understand that in many of the cases, lawyers' fees account for 30 to 40% or even 60% in some cases. And I've got this submission from the alliance of taxi and minibus operators, and they have these complaints. They are of the view that some name cards of law firms are being distributed, and then it is said that a person was injured in a traffic accident, and the original claim was only about $300,000. But then, after having received legal aid, the amount of claim rose to $3 million. So we want to the secretary to look into such cases. I think such cases are really alarming. Secretary, I have had a meeting with the Director of Legal Aid. He has indicated that he is most willing to receive the details of such cases, and he will carry out follow-up investigation. And concerning the first case, it's a very serious offense because the allegation is that the staff have colluded with law firms. And of course, we will not neglect these cases because these cases affect the credibility and the integrity of the legal aid system. Mr. Dennis Kwok. President, the legal services sector has all along been very concerned about the legal aid system, and legal sector's position is very clear. I understand that in 2012, a report was published and to the effect that even if the legal aid department could not become an independent body, then the arrangement prior to 2007 should be reinstated. In other words, the LAD should come under the CS4A and should be directly responsible to the CS4A. Now, the recommendation was made in 2012. I want to know whether the Bureau will implement this recommendation. Secretary, we have very seriously studied the recommendation of the LASC. I understand that the recommendation is to put the LAD back under the CS4A. I believe there has been some communication with the LegCo. In June or July this year, there will be a report to be submitted to the AJLS panel. Mr. Ronnie Tong. President, I think in Mr. Frankie Yik's question, there is a very important point, and that is sometimes the lawyer ultimately representing the aided person is not the lawyer nominated by the aided person initially. And Mr. Yik has asked for such figures. All right, and the two reasons given by the secretary are unsatisfactory performance in handling legal aid cases, or the lawyer handling an overwhelming number of legal aid cases. Now, if it's the former, then the name of the lawyer should not have stayed on the panel. And then second, in the latter case, now can the secretary explain further? And for example, is it that you should approach the lawyer to see whether he can cope? So can you give us more information about the lawyers representing the aided persons, not the lawyers that were nominated by the aided persons? Secretary President, some lawyers are still on the panel, on the legal aid panel, but then they haven't really performed in a satisfactory manner, and this is one of the considerations. And then second, maybe the lawyer is at the same time handling an overwhelming number of legal aid cases, and that will of course be brought to the attention of the LAD or the director. In fact, there are some indicators used by the department. For example, for civil cases, generally speaking, a lawyer should not deal with more than 45 such cases in a year. And then for barristers, we don't want the number to exceed 25 per year. And I think this policy is also in the interest of the aided persons, and we do not want all the cases to be in the hands of one or two law firms. So I said that your question has not been answered. I asked the secretary whether the LAD would ask the lawyer concerned whether he or she would be able to cope with the caseload. Now, I think the secretary has already told you the existing policy and arrangements. If the member disagrees to the practice, then you should follow up on another occasion. President, it is not that I do not agree with him, but I just want him to answer my question. I think the secretary has already answered your question. Ms. Priscilla Leung, thank you. Legal aid is administered using public funds, and so there should be fairness. Fairness is very important, and I think the public rightly expect legal aid to be administered in a just manner. Now, some lawyers have asked me why some lawyers can handle more legal aid cases than others, and so I think there should be a fairer distribution of cases, and also the public are also concerned. Now, in the AJLS panel, there was a figure given to the panel, and we were told that in one case, in one legal aid case on the right of a boat, over $40 million was spent on the case. You know, many people want to get legal aid, and so will you consider broadening or widening the scope or the types of cases eligible for legal aid? And then second, 40 million per case, with the case going all the way to the CFA, then the resources will not be evenly distributed. So I just want to know whether you're going to impose a cap for cases that ultimately go to the CFA. Secretary President, for legal aid cases, we do not cap the spending or the expenditure. The objective is to make sure that justice is done. And if in a case we need to hire an expert and the duration of the case is very long and the cost is very high, and if we exceed the amounts that we have been allocated, then we will seek supplementary provision from the FC. Mr. Tam Yu Chong. President, in his reply to Mr. Ronnie Tong's question, the Secretary said that for civil cases, a lawyer should not handle more than 45 cases a year, and the figure for barristers is 25 per year. So I want to ask the Secretary whether he has got information concerning the last 3 years, whether there were solicitors or barristers exceeding such numbers, and if there were the reasons for allowing them to go beyond the optimum numbers. Secretary, President, in fact, we did provide some information to a question asked by another member earlier. In fact, there were cases where such figures or numbers were exceeded. According to the LAD, the decisions were made in the interest of the aided persons concerned. But then, at the same time, the LAD will try to administratively comply with such criteria so that in future cases of exceedance can be minimized.
Question 5, Mr. Wong Yok Man. Thank you, Mr. President. The Commerce and Economic Development Bureau completed the assessment report on Hong Kong's capacity to receive tourists, that is the report, in December last year. The areas covered by the report include the handling capacity of boundary control points, receiving capacity of tourist attractions and the public transport system, supply of hotel rooms, economic effects of the individual visit scheme, IVS, and its impact on the livelihood of the community, etc. It stated in the conclusion of the report that it is necessary to enhance the overall receiving capacity of the industry on various fronts. Will the government inform this council in this connection whether it will set quantitative indicators of the upper or lower limits for the various aforesaid areas so that when any relevant indicator for a certain area has been reached due to a rise in the number of visitors, the government will cease implementing policies which attract more visitors to Hong Kong? And as some scholars, after analyzing the data contained in the report, wrote articles in newspapers pointing out that IVS merely jacked up the rents of rental shops with no significant increase seen in the real income positions such as salesman, cook, office manager, etc. How the government will improve such a situation? Secretary for Commerce and Economic Development. President, tourism is an important pillar of Hong Kong's economy. The continuous growth in visitor arrivals has indeed brought challenges to Hong Kong, but it's also boosted economic growth and promoted employment. Taking 2013 as an example, visitor arrivals reached 54 million, generating a total spending of $340 billion. Tourism, which accounts for 4.7% of our GDP, has been driving the development for many other sectors, including retail, food and beverages, and transport. These sectors employ over 250,000 people, including many jobs with relatively low-skilled requirements. The SARG is well aware of public concerns about whether the continuous growth in visitor arrivals would affect the livelihood of the community. In September 2012, the chief executive announced that the relevant mainland authorities would liaise and work closely with the Hong Kong SARG to ascertain the receiving capacity of Hong Kong before considering implementing multi-entry individual visit endorsements for non-permanent residents of Shenzhen and arranging the orderly issuance of exit endorsements for non-permanent residents, that is, 1 entry or 2 entry endorsements in 6 cities. The SARG also conducted a comprehensive assessment on Hong Kong's capacity to receive tourists. The areas considered include the handling capacity of boundary control points, capacity of tourism attractions, receiving capacity of hotels, carrying capacity of public transport networks, impact on people's livelihood, and economic impact, etc. The assessment report was completed at the end of last year. It does not recommend setting a limit on visitor arrivals, yet it acknowledges that with the continuous growth in visitor arrivals, Hong Kong should increase the capacity to receive tourists. We understand that over-concentration of visitors would exert pressure on the community. We'll continue to enhance our capacity to receive tourists on many fronts. Firstly, we endeavour to increase the supply of hotel rooms, including actively identifying ways for the gradual release of 6 sites facing Victoria Harbour within the hotel belt adjacent to the Kai Tak Cruise Terminal to the market starting from the end of next year. Second, the hotel project at the Murray Building site has been successfully tendered. Upon commissioning, this hotel, with the Ocean Hotel in the Ocean Park and the 3rd hotel in the Hong Kong Disneyland, will provide over 1,500 rooms. Second, on the tourist facilities, the Ocean Park Corporation will develop an all-weather indoor-cum-outdoor water park at Tai Shu Wan. It's expected to be completed in 2017. The Hong Kong Disneyland will build a new themed area, Based on the Ironman experience, the terminal building and the first berth of Kai Tak Cruise Terminal came into operation last June. The second berth is to be commissioned this year. Regarding the relatively long-term planning, we'll actively plan for the development of the Kai Tak Fantasy and Lantau into 2 specialized tourism clusters to attract the high-value-added visitor segments. Kai Tak Fantasy International Ideas Competition on Urban Planning and Design is now underway, and it is our target to turn the site into a spectacular world-class tourism, entertainment and leisure hub. At the same time, we'll strengthen promotion of tourist offerings in different districts so as to offer more choices to visitors and to alleviate congestion at traditionally popular tourist areas. We also hope to broaden the overall economic benefits brought about by the tourism industry to all Hong Kong residents through encouraging visitors to explore, visit and spend in different districts. The SARG will do our utmost to balance the impact of the tourism industry on Hong Kong's economy and the livelihood of our community. We also have to prepare for the future so that Hong Kong will stand ready to provide pleasant experience for tourists from all over the world, regardless of the ups and downs of the economic cycle, and to ensure the healthy and sustainable development of the tourism industry as one of Hong Kong's economic pillars. As pointed out in the assessment report, the IVS contributes positively towards the overall Hong Kong's economy. In 2012, the IVS visitors spending directly generated $26.1 billion in value-addedness, equivalent to 1.3% of GDP and over 110,000 jobs, that is 3.1% of total employment. Amongst the sectors directly benefited from the IVS contributed the most to the retail sector in terms of value-addedness, followed by the hotel sector. Also, in the course of their operations, these economic sectors generated demands for services of other sectors, which further contributed to the overall economy. In fact, members from different sectors also consider that the IVS helps drive overall economic development as well as providing job opportunities to the grassroots workers. For example, benefiting from the IVS, the prosperous development of the hotel sector creates a continuous demand for relevant labor. Therefore, in recent years, the hotel sector has collaborated with recruitment websites from time to time to attract more talents to join the hotel sector by holding large-scale job fairs. In addition, representatives from the retail sector have pointed out that the IVS has boosted Hong Kong's retail sector, and the IVS visitor spending has given rise to more than one-fold increase in our retail sales over the past 10 years. Meanwhile, the IVS also brings many business opportunities to the food and beverages section, F&B sector. Industry representatives estimate that mainland visitors contribute about $5 billion to our F&B sector every year. As far as employees in related sectors are concerned, apart from creating employment, information suggests that the IVS also helps increase their real income. A recent survey found out that among some 400 frontline employees in the retail sector, more than 70% of the respondents consider that the IVS is conducive to the company's turnover and their own income. Among these, 38% of these see substantial benefits. The organization which conducted this survey also considers that the IVS has a positive impact on Hong Kong's economy and provided opportunities to grassroots workers for employment and pay increases. The healthy development of tourism industry plays a critical role in promoting employment. We will continue to make greater efforts to enhance our capacity to receive tourists on various fronts so as to ensure the stable and orderly development of the tourism industry and to minimize the inconvenience of the increasing visitor arrivals caused to local residents. This was a balance between the impact of the tourism industry on Hong Kong's economy and livelihood of the community. Mr. Wong Yok Man, Mr. Secretary's written reply lasted 7 minutes, but that can be found from the website. But basically, it's not answer to my 2 questions. I'd like to ask a follow-up question. Now, you mentioned something about IVS and our receiving capacity. We would like to enlarge our effort. Well, you sounded very grand, but you did not mention the demerits. Higher rentals and commodity prices, environmental and traffic congestions, and conflicts between the mainland and Hong Kong. Every Sunday, there are these demonstrations to ask for curbing triad activities, communist activities, etc., as well as these mainland tourists. should we continue to receive so many tourists? You did not mention that in your reply. All your words are empty, hollow, and sounded grand only. We have these local campaigns to anti-communist ends as well as anti-trade ends. How are you going to ease the conflicts involved? Secretary, I'd like to thank Mr. Wong Yok Man for his questions. In recent times, there have been disturbance cases for the visitors. Well, they're expressing their personal views on IVS, leading to environmental, traffic congestions, and rising rentals and commodity prices. Sorry, Mr. Wong Yok Man, I have to stop you. For this part of our meeting, we cannot allow for debates. Therefore, members, when the Secretary is speaking, please do not interrupt. Secretary, Mr. President, in recent times, such incidents have actually tarnished our reputation as a tourist attraction and have also affected the retail shops as well as our economic activities. These disturbing cases in relation to visitors have affected us. We should publicize our culture of hospitality towards visitors. And through the internet and publicity materials, we should urge visitors to understand more about Hong Kong's community. On various occasions, I mentioned that for economic development, the tourism industry is actually benefiting our economic development. At the same time, we have to balance that with people's livelihood. It's precisely because of that that we've conducted the survey. On various fronts, we've tried to boost our capacity. In that assessment report, there are a great deal of objective data to support us. In terms of traffic and transport, for example, indeed, in busy areas, our visitors have exerted pressure on our transport system. The Transport and Housing Bureau has adopted various initiatives to cope so as to minimize the impact on local residents. Mr. Wong Kwok Kin, thank you, President. In the Secretary's reply, the Secretary mentioned a lot of economic merits and employment opportunities brought to Hong Kong. Well, we do not disagree to those remarks, but the Secretary did not mention the other aspect, that is, disturbances caused to our residents, rising commodity prices, rentals, and the monopolistic nature of our retail businesses, and congestion in tourist attractions. Many of these attractions have been our local residents' attractions as well, but because they're so crowded at the moment, locals dare not go there. Now, this has been causing disturbances to both visitors and locals. Now, we do not support the driving away locals activities, which actually adversely affected Hong Kong. As for the boosting efforts for receiving capacity, it will take a few years for those efforts to produce results. In the interim, will you try to balance the number of IVS visitors and the impact on Hong Kong? First of all, you should do away with the multi-entry individual visit endorsements for non-permanent residents for Shenzhen and the other 6 cities. For example, can you cut the IVS visitors by a quarter in number so as to balance the number of visitors with the impact on Hong Kong? Secretary, all along, the SARG and the mainland authorities have been very concerned about this issue. In order that our tourism industry will develop in an orderly and gradual approach, the CPG has agreed to reducing the scope of the IVE for Shenzhen and other 6 cities. And then in September 2011, that endorsement scheme has been suspended for the time being. This is to take into consideration the needs of Hong Kong. That is, while developing tourism, we have to balance that against the impact on people's livelihood. The SARG closely liaises with the mainland authorities to reflect the actual circumstances of Hong Kong and to cope with the effort of the CPG. We'll continue to do that. The Secretary did not answer my question directly. My question was, in the short term, will transitional arrangements be considered? For example, those multi-entry measures or 1 entry or 2 entry endorsements that I just mentioned. Secretary, as I said, we'll closely monitor the actual circumstances of Hong Kong and liaise with the mainland authorities. For example, crowdedness in tourist attractions. Precisely, this is about receiving capacity. That's why we have to boost our receiving capacity, for example, in terms of the number of hotel rooms. At the moment, we have 70,000 hotel rooms. In the next 3 to 4 years, that will be increased. Well, another 18,000 rooms will be added. Well, Mr. Wong asked, in the next 3 to 4 years, what transitional arrangements do you have? Well, in the next 3 to 4 years, we'll be completing those new hotels. As I said many times on other occasions, we will adopt streaming measures for incoming visitors, and along the boundary, we'll also set up shopping facilities. In terms of planning and other areas, from the standpoint of tourism, we of course want to see these facilities completed as soon as possible. Mr. Vincent Fang, Mr. President, my sector is very much in support of the contents of the assessment report. That is, no ceiling should be set for the number of visitors. We agree to that because no other jurisdiction has ever set any ceilings to the number of visitors. You mentioned 54.3 million visitor arrivals at the moment to be increased to 70 million. Have you ever analyzed these figures? How many of them are under the multi-entry system? How many visitors have been going in and out of Hong Kong once every day or more than once every day? And some visitors came to Hong Kong, went to Macau for a day and then came back. So in terms of entries, the figures may be doubled. So don't use the figure of 70 million to scare us. There may be a lot of double counts in this figure. Have you ever analyzed those figures? Secretary, I'd like to thank Mr. Fang for his question. 70 million is the figure for 2017. So for the time being, I really cannot give you any detailed analysis. But in 2013, in terms of data, how many overnight visitors and how many non-overnight visitors, among the overnight visitors, how many went to different districts, etc. We have these data. Because we have a great deal of data, I'll send you a written reply for the 2013 data. Mr. James Cho, Mr. President, the Secretary very often mentioned more tourist attractions, more hotels, and so forth. I just want to focus on one aspect, that is the transport capacity. The Secretary has to understand that at the moment, for Hong Kong people, if you take the MTR, you may have to wait for 4 to 5 trains before you can board one. The MTR is burst to, it seems, will any riot occur because of overcrowdedness of our transport systems? I did ask the Secretary that question. Has he ever considered our receiving capacity in this regard? Even if we are to introduce new tourist attractions and hotels in different districts, will the increased visitors not take our public transport systems, like the MTR? Secretary, President, Mr. James To mentioned the public transport systems. Take, for example, our MTR system does not have any safety problems. According to data given to us by the relevant stakeholders, for the MTR during the busy hours in the morning, indeed, it's reaching more than 90% capacity. For example, from Taiwan to Kowloon Tong for the Israel and from Yau Tong to Chung Kwan O, they are already saturated. That I understand. If our rail system has reached saturation, members of the public will have to wait. The THB understands that. We've provided a great deal of information on short-term and long-term initiatives for improvement. Take, for example, enhanced frequency for trains, new signal systems, and so forth. Given the existing signal systems, some rail lines, even before reaching saturation, will increase frequencies so as to minimize the inconvenience caused to the public. We fully understand that. Just now, Mr. To mentioned transport and how visitors have been using our transport systems. I don't have the data in hand. I asked whether you have considered the possibility of riots resulting from such overcrowdedness. Secretary, in the assessment report, receiving capacities have been assessed objectively on various fronts. Mr. Poon Siu Peng. Thank you, President. Mr. Wang Yongman said the scholars have analyzed the report and pointed out that the IVS merely jacked up the rents of retail shops, with no significant increases seen in the real incomes of positions such as salesmen, cooks, etc. Just now, the Secretary said that tourism is an important economic pillar, and the employees of the relevant sectors have seen actual rise in salaries. The a recent survey points out that amongst the 400 frontline employees responded to the survey, over 70% said that the IVS has been helpful to company turnover and income. From 2009 to 2013, rentals have risen by 46%, and over 20,000 employees were only receiving the minimum statutory wage, and many of those employees have been working for over 50 hours per week. I'd like to know how the administration can ensure that employees do share in the economic fruits of these initiatives. Secretary? Well, these are economic activities. From the economic point of view, if there is growth in demand, commodity prices will rise. The tourism industry has led to economic growth. In my main reply, I mentioned that the number of employees has increased as a result rather tremendously, and revenue from the tourism industry has also risen. And 70% of the respondents in the survey said that the IVS has been helpful to income rises. As for individual trades and industries, in hand, I don't have data on the impact of the IVS on various sectors, but I understand that the survey findings obviously reflect that the IVS has positive impact on us. We've spent over 23 minutes on this question.
Mr. James To, President, the Working Group on Civic Education under the Central and Western District Council held a meeting on the 6th of this month to scrutinize funding applications for basic law promotional activities. At the beginning of the meeting, the chairman of the working group refused to allow
members of the public and journalists to observe the meeting, an argument then erupted between the district council member present at the meeting and the chairman about the arrangement. The journalists at the scene were evicted from the meeting venue by security guards afterwards, and that DC member was carried away from the conference room by police officers. In response to the above incident, the chief executive said that the police have all along acted in accordance with the law, and the commissioner of police pointed out that the police had the responsibility of ensuring the peace of society. However, some members of the public have raised concerns and query whether the police have abused their power and intervened in the operation of DCs. In this connection, will the government inform this council, A, of the number of police officers arriving at the scene on that day to handle the incident, and the handling methods proposed by them, whether the police officers at the scene received any request for carrying the DC member away from the conference room, whether they had sought the approval of their superior officers before taking the action, whether they had explained to the DC member the reasons for carrying him away, how they had carried him away, and why they did not allow him to return to the conference room. 2. Whether there was any serious act of violence at the scene when the argument erupted among members of the working group. If so, offer details. If not, as the working group was holding a meeting in the DC conference room at that time, of the legal basis for the police to carry the DC member away from the conference room and obstruct him from discharging his duty of attending meetings. The meaning of acted in accordance with the law and peace of society as referred to respectively by the CE and CP, the legal basis for their aforesaid remarks, and 3, whether it will review if the police have abused their power in the aforesaid incident and of the measures in place to prevent the recurrence of similar incidents so as to safeguard DC members' right to attend meetings and ensure that the operation of DCs is free from any unreasonable police intervention. Secretary for Security. President, according to the laws of Hong Kong, under Section 10 of the Police Force Ordinance Cap. 232, the police have the duty and power to take reasonable and appropriate measures to preserve the public peace, protect personal safety, prevent crimes and injury to property, etc. Upon receipt of requests for assistance from the public, in case of unforeseen or emergency incidents, the police shall perform their statutory duties by immediately deploying officers to the scene to understand the situation, provide assistance, or conduct investigations. After arriving at the scene, police officers shall take reasonable and appropriate actions in the light of the circumstances to preserve the public peace, protect personal safety, and prevent injury to property. Unless otherwise specified in the law, the police are required to discharge their statutory duties at public and private places. Actions shall be taken by the person in charge or security personnel at the scene to handle disorderly conduct at a private place. Only when the peace is breached or there is a threat to personal safety will police officers take reasonable and appropriate measures to intervene or provide assistance in a bid to ensure public peace and safety of the people at the scene. My reply to Mr. James To's question is as follows. 1 and 2. Upon receipt of a request for assistance in the afternoon of the 6th of March 2014 about somebody creating a nuisance in a meeting room, the police deployed officers of a patrol subunit to the scene for rendering assistance. Despite repeated requests from the person in charge of the meeting and the security personnel, 2 persons at the location refused to leave, and the deadlock extended into the early evening. One of the aforesaid persons struggled with the security personnel on a number of times, while the latter attempted to remove the persons from the meeting room. During the scuffle, a security guard fell onto the ground. The person in charge asked the police officers at the scene to pay due regard to the situation and to give advice on the means to handle the incident. The police officers clearly explained to the person in charge that any disorderly conduct should be handled by the security personnel, and that the police would intervene in circumstances such as a breach of the peace was likely to occur or had occurred, or when harm was likely to be done to any person. The security personnel once again asked the person to leave the meeting room, but to no avail. In the process, there was again a struggle, and hence confusion, during which a security officer fell to the ground. Having contemplated that the scenario became chaotic again, the police officers, with due consideration of the safety of all persons at the scene, and after giving their advice to the person involved, assisted the security personnel to bring that person out of the meeting room as a means to prevent further aggravation of the conflict and to safeguard any persons from injury. The other person was removed by other security guards from the meeting room at the same time. During the incident, the police officers on the spot, while playing an assisting and mediating role, remained neutral in the course of discharging police duties of preserving the public peace and protecting personal safety pursuant to Section 10 of the Police Force Ordinance. Their actions on that day were by no means any interference in the operation of the Council. As at the 20th of March 2014, 2 complaints have been received by the Complaints Against Police Office or CAPO in respect of the incident. The CAPO is handling these cases in a fair and just manner according to the statutory mechanism of handling complaints against police. 3. Management of district council venues are under the purview of the respective district officers. When necessary, security guards may be arranged to assist in security matters like maintenance of order of the meeting and handling of possible disorder at the venue. According to DC's standing orders, the chairman of the respective meeting may issue warnings to a person attending or sitting in on a meeting whose behavior may disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. The person may be ordered to leave the place of the meeting if the misbehavior persists despite warnings. In such circumstances, the security personnel may, under the instruction of the chairman in charge of the meeting, escort the person concerned out of the meeting room. As mentioned above, the police handle all reports in an impartial manner, irrespective of any individuals calling for help in case of an incident or any councils requesting for assistance. When a breach of the peace is likely to occur or has occurred, or when harm is likely to be done to any person, the police will intervene by taking reasonable and appropriate actions in light of the circumstances to preserve public order, protect personal safety, and prevent injury to property. I have to reiterate that the police officers handled the case on that day in accordance with the normal procedures upon receipt of a request for police assistance. The actions taken were in no way or by no intention an intervention of the DC's operation, so there is no question of any abuse of power by the police. Thank you. Mr. James Toh. Well, President, as we know, district councils are already dominated by the pro-establishment camp. In particular, the chairmanship of the DCs have been dominated by the pro-establishment camp. All right, if a member would just like to increase the transparency of the meeting so that the meeting can be made open, if he just use verbal language to try to get things done instead of using violence, and then can the police officer exercise their own independent judgment so that the district councillor should have the right to stay on in order to argue with the chairman to get the meeting open to the public? Secretary, as I explained very clearly, well, the police received a request for assistance, and then they went there to render assistance, and then upon arrival at the scene, the police officers stayed there for an extended period of time without taking any action. Well, when a person in charge of the meeting or chairing the meeting made a decision, then of course is his own decision in accordance with the power given to him by the relevant institution or council. Well, in the course of the event, the chairman or the person in charge asked the security personnel to escort somebody away from the meeting, and the security guards did attempt to do so on a few occasions, but then there was scuffles and somebody fell to the ground. And then in the end, police officers, while the security personnel made further attempts to ask the person to leave the venue, and then that security guard fell to the ground, and then the police officers judged that if that should continue, then somebody might get harmed or injured. In the circumstances, the police officers assisted the relevant parties to assist the security personnel to remove that person from the venue, and the police job stopped there. With regard to the operation of the council meeting, the police officers did not intervene in any way. Your question has not been answered, Mr. To. Well, in my question, all right, when you remove a member from the meeting, you're actually intervening the operation of the council. So you should have exercised your judgment to see if the DC member has the right to stay on. I think the secretary has already answered your question. If you're not happy with that, you can also raise that on another occasion. Ms. Emily Lau. Chairman, I'm also following up on this point because at different levels of our institution, DC members or other members are very concerned about their right to attend meetings. All right, in the light of the incident, has the administration reviewed the situation where there are such disputes or conflicts? Does that mean that police officers can go to the scene? Yes, I understand that there was a dispute, there was an argument, and then can they just carry away that member? So have you reviewed the situation? Is that the best approach, or are there any alternative ways so that they could perhaps suspend the meeting so that both sides can sit down and work things out? So in the light of the incident, have you reviewed the situation, or are you still insisting that this is the best approach, and in future incidents, whatever happens, I'll just ask the police to come and remove you from the scene? Secretary, with regard to the operation of the district councils, of course, is for the district council's relevant standing orders to regulate. The chairman, as to how far his powers extend, is not for us or the police to say anything about. But then the police officers' duties were just to mediate, and 2 police officers and 2 PCROs were sent there. And throughout the incident, if you look at the development, well, it took several hours, and most of the time the PCRO was present, and the person in charge of the meeting also asked the police officers what advice they would give to the meeting, and the police officers also clearly explained to them that, well, they were present at the scene, and as I said, only where the situations that I referred to arise would they take reasonable and appropriate measures to deal with the situation, and they would not intervene with anybody attending the meeting, including the decision made by the person chairing the meeting at the time. With regard to what district councils are going to do in the light of the incident, well, that's for them to discuss. I was asking whether or not you had reviewed the situation. It's not just about your bureau. I think the entire administration, together with the district councils, should review the situation. If you're not able to give an answer today, can you give a reply afterwards to show that the relevant parties have already reviewed the situation, so that when similar incidents occur in the future, how are you going to deal with the situation? Anything that you'd like to add, Secretary? President, the Home Affairs Department, in its paper to the security panel, there was a written question and there was a written reply, and in paragraph 11 says this: well, in dealing with district council's internal issues, well, the working group under the Central and Western District Council will be reviewing the incident involving the working group, and that was the working group that you referred to, and also the application of the relevant standing orders. So I hope that I've already addressed the issue raised by Ms. Emily Lam, Mr. KK Fong. President, well, as a member, in particular an elected member, his statutory duty is to represent his voters, and of course it's his inherent duty to stay on in the meeting in order to reflect the views of his voters. And in paragraph 2 of the Secretary's reply, I'd like to read that out here. Well, police officers would only take appropriate actions when the peace is breached or there is a threat to personal safety, and then subsequently the security personnel again invited the person to leave the room, and there was another scuffle, and the security guards fell to the ground. So because of the chaos that arose, the police officers were of the view that personal safety was under threat. So can the two be equated? And also, have you found out why the security guard fell to the ground? Was it because he was pushed to the ground, or was it because he was in the process of pushing somebody to the ground and that's why he fell to the ground? Who caused the fall of the personnel to the ground? And if it's not caused by the district councillor, then why are you removing this district councillor from the meeting room? Secretary. Well, when the police officers assisted the security personnel to remove the relevant persons from the scene, well, according to the police officers, well, in fact, on YouTube, there were 2 clips that were shown, and I'm sure members will be able to review those 2 clips. I think it's better instead of having me repeating what happened and the judgment that I might have on what was happening on the ground. Well, as I said very clearly in my main reply, the police officers had their standard procedures to follow. That is, when there was a scene and they were of the view that somebody might be injured, that's why they had to discharge their statutory duties, and that would be the end of it. And then the police officers believed that in the course of a scuffle that might happen, and therefore they were assisting the security personnel to remove the person from the scene. And I believe that as you can see from the clip, and according to my understanding, actually, well, at the scene there were not just one clip. I'm sure the relevant party might have a more detailed clip, and if you review the clip, then you'll be able to come up or come to your wrong judgment. That's not my question. I was asking who caused the security personnel to fall to the ground. It could be caused by the security guard or the district councillor. So you cannot just ask me to review the tape myself. So I was asking you, well, what do you think? So when the security guard fell to the ground, was it caused by the person or the district councillor, or who or whom or which person at the meeting? Secretary, I've watched the 2 clips on YouTube, and the police officers, after judging from what was happening on the ground, whoever fell to the ground, well, while 2 parties were involved in this scuffle and somebody fell to the ground, and in the circumstances, the judgment of the police officers at the scene was that somebody might get injured. That's why they were there to help. So that's the perspective that they had adopted. Mr. Ip Kwok Him, Mr. KK Fong, I think the Secretary has already answered your question. Mr. Ip Kwok Him. Well, I'm a member from the Central and Western District Council. I think the situation is very clear, as you can see from the YouTube clip. Well, as you can see from the reply from the Secretary, all right, the security personnel was asking the district councillor to leave the scene, and after repeated attempts, there was this chaos, and as a result, the police officers assisted the security personnel to ensure that the district councillor would leave the venue. So that's what we now know, and I support the police officers' action, because during the 3-hour meeting, well, they were already delaying the meeting, and as a result, the meeting was not able to carry on with its business after 3 hours. So how can you say that it's not chaotic? I think it's very clear. Well, please ask your question. My question is, according to standing orders, the chairman could exercise his power under Standing Order 15.2. That's the Central and Western District Council Standing Order. So he discharged his duties under that, and if a member refused to leave, and as a result the meeting could not continue, and chaos arose, then can you just say that because of the political background of that district councillor and police officers, in the future, if that should happen again, does that mean that police officers would not enforce the law simply because of the political background of a particular councillor? Secretary, well, to answer your question directly, police act in accordance with the powers given to them by law, and they have this statutory duty to discharge their duties, and police action would not be influenced by any background of the person at the scene. So they would not be dealing with the situation differently because of the background of the persons involved. The police have absolutely not taken into account the political affiliation of the parties at the scene. In the end, the police assisted the security personnel in removing a particular person, and that was the only reason that they had acted in such a manner was that they could see that if the scuffle continued with a security personnel already fell to the ground, then somebody might get injured. In fact, earlier on, when the security personnel attempted to remove the person from the meeting room, there was already one occasion when the security personnel fell to the ground. He had to leave the room to take a rest. In these circumstances, the police came to the view that they had to discharge their statutory duties. So it's not because of the member attending the meeting, because of their political affiliation. That's why special action was taken. Mr. Albert Ho, Mr. Stephen Ho, well, I did not read the printed press, so I couldn't remember the name of the district councillor concerned. So somebody asked whether or not the police would not discharge the duties because of the political affiliation of a particular councillor. So I also watched the tape. I was wondering how come the police officers only took action after such a long time. So I would like to know how come it was your judgment that you should only act after such a long time. Secretary, after the police officers arrived at the scene, we were monitoring the situation and how things developed. And on the first occasion, when a security guard fell to the ground, he was escorted up again very quickly. And then we believe that, and he said that he did not need further treatment and he did not need to see a doctor. So we could see that there were dialogues going on at the meeting. That's why in the early evening, so yes, a long time has elapsed. That shows that the police officers were neutral on the ground. So they only took action on one basis. That is that they believe that somebody might get injured, and then they try to render assistance. So at around 7 p.m. in the evening, when the security personnel tried to remove that person from the meeting, and there was a scuffle, and then somebody fell to the ground, and the police officers saw that someone got injured, and therefore they rendered assistance. As you must have watched that video, all right, for the clip online, that was a very short one. But then from what I've seen, well, someone might have taken the footage on an extended basis, and if we could all see the extended clip, then we would all be able to tell what happened. All right, we have already spent more than 23 minutes on this. I think we should stop here.
Bills. First reading. Contracts Rights of Third Parties Bill. Employment Amendment Bill 2014. Pharmacy and Poisons Amendment Bill 2014. Bills. Second reading. The Secretary for Justice. Mr. President, I move that the Contracts Rights of Third Parties Bill be read the second time. The purpose of the bill is to implement the recommendations of the report on privity of contract published by the Law Reform Commission of Hong Kong, LLC, in September 2005, so as to reform the common law doctrine of privity of contract. Under the common law doctrine of privity, a person not a party to a contract, that is a third party, cannot acquire or enforce rights under the contract. This prevents effect from being given to the contracting party's intention to benefit the third party. This doctrine has long been criticized as contrary to the party's intention to benefit the third party. In certain circumstances, The court may even need to recourse to devices such as agency or trust to allow a third party to enforce a right conferred on a third party. In some other cases, a third party may have to resort to separate contracts. This not only brings about inconvenience and complexity, but also extra cost. The LRC has studied the relevant reforms conducted in various common law jurisdictions, such as Australia, England, and New Zealand, and recommended to reform, by way of legislation, this aspect of the doctrine of privity, under which a third person cannot acquire or enforce rights under a contract. Having carefully considered the recommendations of the LRC and the comments of the relevant stakeholders, the administration introduces the bill to implement the recommendations of the LRC in full with certain modifications. The key features of the bill are as follows. The bill provides that a third party, that is, a person who is not a party to the contract, must be expressly identified in a contract by name as a member of a class or as answering a particular description. Rights may be conferred on a third party who is not in existence, for example, an unborn baby, when the contract is entered into. The bill provides for a two-limb test, and the satisfaction of either limb will permit the third party to enforce the relevant term of the contract. 1. A third party may enforce the contract if the contract contains an express term to that effect, or 2. If a contract contains a term which purports to confer a benefit on a third party, that party may enforce that term unless, on a proper construction of the contract, parties to the contract do not intend that the third party may do so. Besides, parties to a contract can expressly exclude the application of this new statutory scheme in their contract. In order to strike a balance between the protection of the freedom of contracting parties to vary the terms of a contract on the one hand and the protection of the interests of a third party who may suffer as a result of the variation to the contract on the other, the bill provides for the circumstances in which a third party's rights are crystallized, such that the contracting parties may not rescind the contract or vary it in a way that affects the third party's rights. Subject to the provisions of the bill, a third party may enforce a term of the contract against the promisor of the contract. The bill provides for defenses, set-offs, and counterclaims to be available to a promisor in proceedings brought by a third party, and also protects a promisor against double liability. The bill deals with two situations in relation to arbitration. The first one is that if a third party's right to enforce the term of a contract is subject to an arbitration agreement, the third party must enforce the term by way of arbitration and be treated as a party to the arbitration agreement, unless, on a proper construction of the contract, the third party is not intended to be so treated. The second situation is where a third party is given an enforceable procedural right under a contract, for example, by way of an express provision providing for arbitration of disputes, where a promisor brings a non-contractual claim, such as tortious or statutory claim, in connection with a contract against a third party, then the third party may enforce the procedural right to submit the dispute to arbitration. As to the scope of application, the new statutory scheme does not apply to contracts entered into before the commencement of the scheme, so that existing rights, obligations, or remedies of contracting parties and a third party will not be affected. In addition, the bill excludes two major types of contracts. The first type of contracts excluded is contracts where a third party has no enforceable right under existing rules, but there are sound policy reasons for maintaining that position. For example, the articles of a company having effect as a contract under the company's ordinance. The second type of contracts excluded is contracts where a third party already has an enforceable right under existing rules reflecting international conventions, or where allowing third parties to claim a right of enforceability would contradict or prejudice the underlying policies of certain areas of law. For example, a bill of exchange, a contract for the carriage of goods by sea, a covenant relating to land, including a deed of mutual covenant as defined in Section 2 of the Building Management Ordinance. The administration has consulted the legal profession and other stakeholders on the bill. The legal professional bodies did not raise any objection to the legislative proposal. The administration has carefully considered various technical comments and drafting suggestions raised by the legal professional bodies and the academia. We agreed with the suggestion of the Hong Kong Bar Association on excluding land covenants, including deeds of mutual covenant, from the new statutory scheme. Members of the Legislative Council's panel on administration of justice and legal services indicated support for the policy aspects of the bill. Mr. President, as I mentioned at the beginning of the speech, the common law doctrine of privity has long been considered as giving rise to injustice or inconvenience on third parties' rights and not fully reflect contracting parties' intention. Various common law jurisdictions, including England, have reformed the doctrine of privity by way of legislation. The administration believes that the bill would enhance Hong Kong's contractual law regime and align it with those of other major common law jurisdictions. With these remarks, I would like to appeal to members to support the bill.
I
now propose a question to you, and that is the contract's rights to third parties bills shall be read the second time. In accordance with the rules of procedure, the debate is now adjourned and the bill is referred to the House Committee. Secretary for Labour and Welfare. Mr. Deputy, I move the second reading of the Employment Amendment Bill 2014. The object of the bill is to provide for 3-day paid paternity leave (PL) under the Employment Ordinance for a male employee. In accordance with these changes in society and development in our economy, the government from time to time review the labor laws in Hong Kong in order to strike a balance between the interests of employees and the affordability of employers. We fully understand that there is an increasing demand in society to have a paternity leave granted to male employees, and the Chief Executive, in his first policy address, indicated that he would like to legislate for paternity leave as soon as possible. In this regard, the Labour Department conducted researches and sought the advice of the Labour Advisory Board, LAB. After lengthy discussions, the employers and employees representatives of the LAB reached a consensus and support the legislation for a 3-day paid paternity leave with pay set at 4/5 of the employee's average daily wages. In January 2013, we have consulted the manpower panel of the LegCo, and the panel expressed its support of the legislation. Under the proposal, a male employee who is the father of a newborn or a father-to-be will be entitled to paternity leave if he is employed under a continuous contract and has given advance notice to his employer in accordance with the relevant stipulations. He will also be entitled to a PL pay if he has been employed for no less than 40 weeks and has submitted the required documentary proof to his employer. The cost of PL benefits in the non-government sector is to be shouldered by employers of varying sizes. It's therefore of paramount importance that a reasonable balance be struck between the interests of employees and the affordability of employers. According to a survey on PL conducted by the Labour Department with member establishments of its 18 Human Resources Managers Club in 2012, the average duration of PL provided by the respondent organizations on a voluntary basis is 3 days. Among those respondent organizations offering PL, about 43.5% provided 1 to 2 days of PL, and over 81% offered not more than 3 days of PL. Noting that, well, because of the consensus reached between the LAB and the community, we will set the PL to be 3 days. Noting that both PL and maternity leave emanated from the same cause, and that the nature of PL was similar to that of maternity leave, LAB also agreed that where appropriate, the relevant requirements and details of PL should be aligned with those applicable to maternity leave under the Employment Ordinance for the purpose of reasonableness and consistency with the existing law. On this basis, we propose that employees may take PL at any time during the period from 4 weeks before the expected date of delivery of the child to 10 weeks from and inclusive of the actual date of delivery. The employee may take all 3 days in one go or on discrete days. Since an employer may require production of the birth certificate to prove the relation between father and the employee and the baby, we suggest that an employer grant PL first and effect payment upon production of document. Under the proposal, a male employee taking PL should be the one whose name appears as the father of the baby on the birth certificate before he is eligible for paid PL. Having regard to the legal responsibilities of a legal father for a child, we opine that this is in line with the purpose of the statutory PL. It is also viable and practicable for employers and employees. The notification requirement is a pragmatic proposal, taking into account the operational need and deployment of SMEs. The administration has, in the course of making decisions in relation to the PL, given full consideration to a number of factors, including the social aspiration for PL, employee benefits, affordability of employers, and existing practice of non-government organizations in order to strike a balance between the interests of employees and that of employers. I hope members will support the bill so that this family-friendly measure can be implemented as soon as possible. Thank you. I now propose the question to you, and that is that the Employment Amendment Bill 2014 be read the second time. In accordance with the rules of procedure, the debate is now adjourned and the bill is referred to the House Committee.
Secretary for Food and Health. President, I move the second reading of the Pharmacy and Poisons Amendment Bill 2014, the bill, so as to implement the recommendations contained in the report of the Review Committee on the Regulation of Pharmaceutical Products in Hong Kong, which require amendment to existing legislation. We take this opportunity to update and clarify the Pharmacy and Poisons Ordinance and the subsidiary legislation so as to make our mechanism clearer and consistent. In the light of a number of incidents concerning pharmaceutical products in Hong Kong in early 2009, the Review Committee was set up in March 2009 to conduct a comprehensive review on the existing regime for the regulation of pharmaceutical products. After examining in detail the existing regulatory regime, the Review Committee considers that while the framework and the rationale behind the existing regime is sound and should be continued to be adopted, the coverage and depth of the regulatory measures should be enhanced. In December 2009, the Review Committee issued a report and made a total of 79 recommendations on improvement measures. Relevant departments and organizations have already or are in the process of implementing 59 recommendations which do not require legislative amendments. For the remaining 16 recommendations, they require the amendment to the PPO and the subsidiary legislation. To assess the impacts of the proposed legislative amendments, we commissioned a consultant to conduct a regulatory impact assessment, RIA. Having considered the RIA result and views expressed by the relevant stakeholders, we have decided to propose legislative amendments to PPO and the subsidiary legislation to implement the majority of the 16 recommendations, which are conducive to enhancing the regulatory regime without causing significant impact to the relevant parties. For the remaining recommendations, we'll monitor the situation and formulate appropriate implementing measures in due course. As a result of the regulatory regime and mechanism covering pharmaceutical products, the bill covers a lot of areas, like enhancing the regulation of relevant traders and registered pharmacists. And we'd also like to enhance the control of the pre-market control of drugs. For the general provisions to align with the international practice, we propose to revise the definition of pharmaceutical product in the PPO in accordance with the definition adopted by the European Union, in order to cover also a substance or combination of substances presented as having properties for treating or preventing disease in human beings or animals. On the other hand, as recommended by the Review Committee, we propose to empower the Pharmacy and Poisons Board to promulgate corresponding codes of conduct and codes of practice in order to provide practical guidance and enhance monitoring for the conduct of activities of registered pharmacists as well as manufacturers, wholesalers, and retailers. For the manufacturers, we would like to introduce the registration system of authorized persons in the PPO, and we mandate that each licensed manufacturer must at least employ one AP who is to be responsible for the quality of pharmaceutical products. We'll also tighten up the control of pharmaceutical products, and we will now provide that even secondary packaging must also be carried out by licensed manufacturers so as to reduce drug incidents caused by wrong labeling or wrong content of carton boxes. For wholesalers, we now propose that wholesalers of non-poisons should also be subject to a licensing regime, so that the licensing regime currently covering the wholesalers of poisons would also be extended to wholesalers of all pharmaceutical products, that is poisons and non-poisons. And we propose to merge the proposed licensing of wholesalers of non-poisons, the registration of importers or exporters of pharmaceutical products, with the licensing of wholesalers of poisons, and subject these traders to the same set of licensing, control, and inspection. And we are going to streamline and standardize the requirements. We also propose that there should be a need to keep transaction records for all pharmaceutical products covering both poisons and non-poisons in relation to wholesalers, so as to facilitate the recall of products. And then at the retail level, the bill would tighten up the regulation over authorized sellers of poisons. This includes the storage of poisons in Schedule 1 in the PPR, being extended to all poisons in List 1 of the PLR. There is the poison list regulation. Other amendments would also include the following, like empowering the court to order the recovery of all expenses in relation to the taking, examination, and analysis of any sample of pharmaceutical products in the case of a convicted defendant. Moreover, we also propose to simplify the legislative process for the registration of pharmaceutical products so as to expedite the vetting and registration of pharmaceutical products and poisons, so that needy patients can benefit from the development of new pharmaceutical technology earlier. In addition, the word poison may give the impression that it is not suitable for consumption or taking. So we propose that we should use the term prescription drug or drug under supervised sales to replace the word poison on the labeling. We have already carried out a lot of consultation in the course of studying the recommendations of the review committee and in the course of drawing up the bill. On the 24th of January 2010, at the plenary session of the Hong Kong Pharmacy Conference, the participants discussed the various recommendations in the review committee report. And during the RIA conducted by the consultant, we have also consulted the views of the stakeholders. Hong Kong U also carried out a public opinion poll so as to understand the feedback from the public. Generally speaking, the public as well as the stakeholders are in support of the recommendations so as to enhance the regulatory regime. On the 18th of November 2013, we attended the meeting of the Health Services Panel of the LegCo so as to brief members on our proposed amendments. The HSP also invited relevant organizations to a special committee meeting held on the 10th of December 2013 so as to give views on the recommendations. On the 10th of February 2014, at a special meeting, they gave us our support. I appeal to members to support the bill so that we can earlier improve the regulatory regime for pharmaceutical products in Hong Kong so as to afford better protection for the members of the committee. So I speak thank you. I now propose the question to you, and that is that the Pharmacy and Poisons Amendment Bill 2014 be read the second time. In accordance with the rules of procedure, the debate is now adjourned and the bill is referred to the House Committee.
We now resume the second reading debate on the Rural Representative Election Legislation Amendment Bill 2013. Mr. Ip Kwok Him, Chairman of the Bills Committee on the bill, will address the Council on the committee's report. Mr. Ip Kwok Him. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. As Chairman of the Bills Committee on the Rural Representative Election Legislation Amendment Bill 2013, I now report to the Council the deliberations of the Bills Committee. The main objective of the bill is to expand the scope of application of the VREO, the EAC Ordinance, and the ECICO, as well as the subsidiary legislation under these ordinances. This is to make sure that these ordinances and regulations will regulate the Kaifeng representative election in Chengchao and Pingchao in 2015 or after. The Bills Committee held a total of 4 meetings, and at one of its meetings, the Bills Committee met 51 deputations and individuals. Members noted that the proposed regulatory regime for Kaifeng representative elections was based on the regulatory regime for our elections of existing villages under the VREO. And the VREO will be renamed Rural Representative Election Legislation or Election Ordinance, and there will be a new definition for rural representative in order to cover village representatives and Kaifeng representatives. And there will be a new definition of rural areas in order to cover existing villages, indigenous villages, composite indigenous villages, and market towns. According to the administration, the VR represented or VR election ordinance will continue to retain terms like VRs, IIRs, RRs, and so on and so forth. And then under the village representative election ordinance, the number of indigenous villages and the number of existing villages, the number of IIRs and RRs, and so on and so forth will remain unchanged. The Bills Committee asked the administration whether the proposed areas for the two market towns, namely Changchao and Pengchao, overlapped with any indigenous villages or composite indigenous villages under the VREO. According to the administration, Changchao and Pengchao did not comprise indigenous villages or composite indigenous villages defined under the VREO. But some deputation and individuals who attended the Bills Committee's meeting claimed that Changchao should be regarded as an indigenous village under the VREO. And Changchao residents should be given the right under the VREO to elect their VRs. The Bills Committee asked the administration to clarify whether Changchao and Pengchao had already existed in 1898 and whether they were the only two market towns which had held Kaifeng Rep elections. According to the administration's explanation, the legislative intent of the VREO enacted in 2003 was that there would only be indigenous villages would be incorporated into the VREO if such villages had already existed in the NT in 1898 and such villages had already had a VR system in 1999. And for Changchao and Pengchao in 1898, they were market towns and they had never had any village representative system. According to the administration, it has taken into account certain records, including the list of established villages and also the list of indigenous villages, the NT block crown lease, and also the list of established villages and so on and so forth. And the Articles of Association of the Changchao Rural Committee has also been studied. And these records do not show that Changchao is an indigenous village. Neither do these records show that there has been a VR system for indigenous villages. Some deputations and individuals are of the view that the Gazette notice in 1899 was some evidence that Changchao was a village and had a VR. According to the administration, the Gazette notice was made in accordance or published in accordance with the then local communities ordinance, aiming to divide NT into districts and sub-districts to facilitate administration. The ordinance and the Gazette notice were not related to the VR system, and the committee members of the sub-district listed therein were not VRs. The ordinance was repealed in 1910 because it was found to have no practical effect. The Bills Committee noted that under the Village Representative Election Legislation Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2009, the then Bills Committee had a detailed discussion on whether there were no IRR seats for Changchao. According to the administration's explanation and the discussion of the Bills Committee in 2009, members noted that the administration and some Changchao residents had different views as to whether Changchao was an indigenous village. And the government and the Changchao residents said they would respectively research into different records. And concerning the proposed regulatory structure for the Kaifeng representative election for Chengchao and Pingchao, according to the administration, Kaifeng representatives, in fact, have similar functions as those of RRs. In other words, they reflect the views of Chengchao and Pingchao residents on local affairs, and that was why the regulatory structure in the VREO was adopted as the blueprint. And members did not have any special views on the proposal. And concerning the Kaifeng representative election, at the moment, the block vote system is adopted. In other words, each elector may vote for a number of candidates not exceeding the number of Kaifeng representatives to be returned at the election concerned. In other words, a maximum of 39 for Chengchao and 17 for Pingchao. Some members expressed support. Other members, however, were concerned that the adoption of the block vote system for the Chengchao and Pingchao Kaifeng representative election would lead to possible domination by some groups of candidates and thus affected the chances of individual candidates winning the elections. According to the administration, the legislative intent was to bring the Kaifeng representative elections under statutory regulation while respecting and retaining as far as possible the existing electoral arrangements that the residents were familiar with, including the eligibility requirements for electors, number of seats, and the voting system. The administration, in fact, had consulted the Chengchao Rural Committee and the Pingchao Rural Committee on the voting system and the other details of the election. And the two rural committees are of the view that the election system that has been in use for a long time should remain unchanged. The Bills Committee asked the administration to consult the two rural committees again on whether the voting system should be changed. And according to the administration, the two rural committees still maintained that Chengchao and Pingchao should each be retained as a single constituency, and they objected to any change to the voting system. They were of the view that under the existing election arrangements, there was no unfairness, and in fact there were fair arrangements. For example, the right to nominate, the right to take part in election, and the right to vote. And according to the administration, although electors in the election can vote for up to 39 or 17 candidates, they also have the right to elect fewer than this number, or they may even elect just one candidate. According to the existing voting system, electors can also choose more than one candidate, and so the present voting system can more fully reflect the voting preferences of the voters. And also the present arrangements are credible and representative. Mr. Albert Ho has indicated that he will move a CSA to avoid domination by one single group of candidates. And the CSA seeks to cap the number of choices exercised by each elector in the Chengchao or Pingchao Kaifeng representative election. And then Clause 62 of the bill is an amendment to the amount of election expenses VR election regulation. And it is stated under Section 2 that the election expenses that can be incurred by a candidate serving with more than 5,000 voters should not exceed $38,000. Members did not have any views on the proposal, but then some members are worried that if certain candidates are related to certain organizations or if they are associated with certain organizations, then some candidates may team up in the campaigning work, and there may be unfairness. But according to the administration, the election expense ceiling is governed by the ECICO and the subsidiary legislation. And according to the EAC and the guidelines on election-related activities, candidates or groups of candidates can carry out joint campaigning. For example, they can release joint election advertisements. And so this is an acceptable arrangement. The administration will be moving some CSAs to clarify the wording in certain provisions and to achieve consistency in wording. So, Mr. President, now I will give members my personal views on the bill. President, the DAB supports the Rural Representative Election Legislation Amendment Bill 2013 and the CSAs to be moved by the administration. I want to say that 12 years ago, in 2009 and on another occasion, the village representative election bills were tabled in LegCo. And for both bills, I was the chairman of the bills committee concerned. And this is the third round of amendments. So I have witnessed the changes that have taken place. And I can see that the name of the bill has been changed from the VREO to the Rural Representative Election Ordinance, so as to more accurately reflect the scope and the scope of the legislation and the geographical areas. This bill seeks to expand the scope of application of the VREO, the EAC Ordinance, and the ECICO, and their subsidiary legislation, so that the regulatory regime can apply to the Kaifeng representative election in Changchao and Pingchao in 2015 or after. This is important to ensure the fairness and justice of the election and to prevent any possible corruption. So I think this piece of legislation represents a major step forward. In the past, because of the absence of such a piece of legislation, concerns were raised, and if there are no amendments to the legislation, there will be problems. For example, those in custody will not be able to cast their votes. So I think this is a major step forward. And in fact, we have had lengthy discussions on election-related legislation in the past. We understand that changes have already taken place. Concerning the chairman and deputy chairman of the Changchao Rural Committee and the Pingchao Rural Committee, like the chairman and deputy chairman of other rural committees, they can become ex officio members of the Hong Kok. And so it's important that the Kaifeng representative elections in Changchao and Pingchao be carried out and conducted in orderly and systematic manner. This is important, and we should give our support. As the Chinese saying goes, we must have the name, must get the name right and the status right. In 2009, there was a lot of controversy on how to classify Ping Chau and Cheung Chau. Should they be regarded as indigenous villages which could have VRs, or should they be regarded as market towns with Kaifeng representatives? The DAB is of the view that a decision must be made on the basis of objective facts. There must be good justifications. For Cheung Chau and Ping Chau, they do not satisfy the definition of VR systems based on evidence available. And so in Ping Chau and Cheung Chau, there should only be Kaifeng representative elections. Mr. Deputy, village clusters in the NT have their unique historical background, and these villages have their traditional, have their traditions and also traditional ways of life. Now, concerning IIRs, RRs, as well as Kaifeng representatives, they all serve to manage local affairs and bring about improvements to the local community and to fight for the well-being of the villagers or the residents. So their functions are similar to those of district councillors. It is just that we serve different areas or districts. And then in this bill, we're looking at the voting system for the Kaifeng representative elections for Cheung Chau and Ping Chau. Should the block vote system be kept? Members in this council may have different views concerning a block vote system. And in fact, when I gave a report to the council on behalf of the Bills Committee, I made it very clear that although, for example, in Cheung Chau, there were 37 seats, it did not mean 39 seats. It did not mean that voters or electors had to cast 39 votes. And this is similarly for Ping Chau. The electors do not need to cast 17 votes. So electors can cast 1 to 39 votes in Cheung Chau and 1 to 17 votes in Ping Chau. But some members seem not too clear about the concept. But I think the merit of the block vote system is that electors can freely choose the candidates that they trust. So there was a discussion in the Bills Committee as to whether the block vote system should be kept. At the public hearing, deputations were invited to give their views on the voting system. And most of the deputations present at our meeting expressed support for the block vote system. According to them, for Cheung Chau and Ping Chau, they had always been a single constituency, and the block voting system had been in use. So the DAB is of the view that we should respect the traditions of Cheung Chau and Ping Chau. the electors in Pingchao and Changchao are already familiar with the voting system. And if Changchao or Pingchao is divided into smaller constituencies, then that will go against the wishes of the residents. And we must take into account the traditions of Changchao and Pingchao and the local sentiments. In fact, different places have their different characteristics. Mr. Albert Ho will move a CSA to cap the number of candidates that an elector can vote for in a Kaifeng representative election. And I believe that such an arrangement cannot reflect the preferences and sentiments of Changchao and Pingchao. And what is more, the election culture in Changchao and Pingchao will be changed very substantially. And this is not something that Changchao and Pingchao residents want to see. And so the DAB will not support Mr. Albert Ho's CSA. Mr. Deputy, these are my remarks. The DAB will support the bill. Thank you.
President, in coming up with the Rural Representative Election Legislation Amendment Bill, what the administration was trying to do was to incorporate in the system this village election system. So initially, we were just referring to indigenous villages, but then subsequently, after the judicial review, it was believed that non-indigenous villages should also be allowed to get involved in matters relating to their own villages. That's why we then introduced the village representative election system. However, in coming up with the original legislation and the subsequent legislation, Changchao and Pingchao were somehow not included in the election system. The reason being that Changchao and Pingchao did not adopt this VR election system. They had this KFR election system, the Kaifeng representative election system, and in Changchao they had 39 KFR, and then in Pingchao they had 17. As we all know, after the introduction of the village representative election system and the system was up and running, then some Changchao residents asked, how come in Changchao and Pingchao, what kind of system do we have? What is this KFR system about? And if it's not included under the government's election system, then how come the district office is involved in arranging the elections? Why is it that for Kaifengs in Pingchao and Changchao, for the representatives that they have elected, they can also elect among themselves, and then they can join the Changchao and Pingchao rule committees, and then subsequently they could also have representatives joining the Hing Kok. They asked why, and as a result, somebody filed for a judicial review. If I remember it correctly, that was in 2011. They believe that the administration did not have the right to arrange for such an election because there was no legal basis for that. And they would also like to make a declaration to such an extent that such elections would not be valid. And as a result, the Secretary for Home Affairs interfered, and he said that legislation would be introduced to effect that. That's why the judicial review case did not go ahead. And that's why we had this piece of legislation before us. But then the special characteristic of this bill is not to turn the Pingchao and Changchao election system into something like the present VR election system. They are not to be aligned with the existing VR election system. Instead, specifically for these two places, we have this tailor-made election system, and a special piece of legislation is being introduced to consolidate or regularize the existing election system. And then the original VR election system, the name would also have to be changed. So instead of being called the VREO, now it's called the Rural Representative Election Ordinance. So in the future, it will be called RREO. In other words, where there are VR election, we have several hundred villages, and then we will have to include two more on top of that, and that is Pingchao and Changchao. And in these two places, we're going to have the KFR election. So we have to understand this. This is the background to the legislation. So this is a tailor-made system, specifically for Changchao and Pingchao. And if you ask why we have to tailor-make the system for these two places, that's because up till now, for the KFR election system in these two places, when compared to, well, they are still very much linked to the Rule Committee election and even the Hing. And then there are no new market towns because Changchao and Pingchao are being called market towns, so they are not indigenous villages. Well, originally they should have villages. So these two places are the only places with market towns. That's why the problem that we face today is this policy. So do we still accept this? That is to allow these two remaining market towns to continue to be linked to Hing, and we know that the so-called link might entail some constitutional consequence. In other words, they can elect members to join the Hing, and then for Hing under our FC system, they can also elect representatives to join this council. They also have ex-officio members sitting on the district council. So do we still want this? So that's the first issue. Second, many residents call themselves indigenous villages of the Changchao village. They believe that this so-called market town, all right, you just call it by this name. But then in reality, they have this fishing village dating back to 1898. And for a very long time, they had this village representative, and for a long time, they also enjoy the powers and privileges of indigenous villages, and many of these are still in existence and being respected. So for these indigenous villages, most of them are from Wong Wai Chak Hall in Changchao, which is a very famous hall, and actually, Wong Wai Chak Hall can be dated back to before 1898. So they have been given the authority to run Changchao and land on Changchao. As we know, the land has been granted to Wong Wai Chak Tong as the lessee, and then the Tong would in turn grant these leases to the villages. And for the descendants of Wong Wai Chak Tong, they came to this council and expressed their grave discontent, because if you try to put Changchao under this piece of legislation, how come you have totally ignored the existence of indigenous villages groups in Changchao, which is a fact that has been there for more than 100 years. And they've also shown us a lot of information to prove that dating back to 1898, the Changchao fishing village was already in existence. And of course, the most forceful proof was the Gazette dating back to 1899. And And we had this local communities ordinance, and the British Hong Kong colonial government drew up the boundaries, and Cheung Chau was drawn up as one of the places, and it was also set out very clearly on the map that this is called the Cheung Chau village. So this is one of the most forceful piece of evidence, and there were also other pieces of documentation, including the Sun On prefecture history, stating that Cheung Chau was a village. And the third piece of evidence, which we found to be very valid, so we found some ID cards, identity cards, and on that it's written village representative ID card. So without a village, how come you can have a village representative? So you should have called them a market town representative. And how come you are calling them village representative? So these are pieces of evidence which can show that Cheung Chau has long been an indigenous village. And for those who are more familiar with NT developments, well, they have been exempted from the payment of rates, and also there were special burial arrangements. If you are indigenous villagers from Cheung Chau, you are entitled to certain burial rights. Another thing that they have not been able to enjoy is the small house grants. And the administration also said that, as you can see, all right, in the block lease, their name was not there. So setting that aside for the time being, one of the strongest arguments put forth by the administration was that by 1999, they already scrapped all VR elections. But then in Cheung Chau, the indigenous villagers claimed that the administration had totally ignored their existence, but then they had their own elections. That's why they also had VRs, and some even showed us some history dating back to what had happened, and Mr. Lau Wong Fat might know it better. Well, back in the 50s, the New Territories office and the officer in charge also had a major conflict with the person in charge of Wong Wai Chak Tong, and then the Hong Kong British government then tried to set up this new group, and subsequently it became the Kai Fong Welfare Association, and then they adopted this confrontational approach with the clansmen of Wong Wai Chak Tong, and Wong Wai Chak Tong was then excluded. As we now know, back in the 90s, there was a case in which legislation was introduced to scrap Wong Wai Chak Tong as a lessee. So I have heard the arguments put forth by the deputations at the public hearing held by the Bills Committee. I also listened to their complaints, and I've also read their documentation. I also had meetings with government officials, and of course, I understand that the officials had given their replies. For example, with regard to the local communities ordinance, well, by village, they did not actually refer to an indigenous villages, to an indigenous village. Well, if you call that a village, then how come it's not a village? And the local communities ordinance is the best piece of document to show that indeed they had a case there. So I don't think the administration's reply can set the definitive tone on this. As far as I understand it, on the 11th of February 2014, that is this year, the Hing Kok, if I remember it correctly, it was signed by Mr. Lau Wong Fat. So Hing Kok wrote a letter to the administration saying that the Kok was of the view that Cheung Chau in 1898 or the fact that it was already a village, that's something that the administration should look into. So it shows that you cannot just set the definitive tone or come to a conclusion on the status of Cheung Chau if there are matters to be dealt with, and if the existing Kai Phong Association, if it's not formed by indigenous villagers, some of them are not even indigenous inhabitants. So in some cases, there aren't even any representatives of the indigenous inhabitants. Then how come you can have a Kai Phong Association not represented by indigenous inhabitants? And of course, they can always seek a judicial review if this is a legal issue. But then, for this council to pass this piece of legislation today, have you respected the spirit of the law? And if you have villages that are inhabited by indigenous inhabitants, should we have enacted the legislation in this manner under the system? We should at least have allowed them to elect their own indigenous inhabitants representatives. It doesn't mean that I like this kind of indigenous inhabitants system. I don't really want. Not to mention that I'd like to see small house policy being implemented in Cheung Chau. But then all I'm saying is that if there are indigenous inhabitants in Cheung Chau, then your legislation should not have ignored their very existence. That's the reason why I'd like to suggest today that we cannot support this piece of legislation. But of course, I'm also of the view that we should not vote against it, because the original system also needs to have a legal basis. That's why I suggested the DP should abstain from the voting today. And I also think that we should not use the block vote system. I think for any individual, he should be allowed to vote for not more than 1/3 of the members, so that there would be more balanced participation. That's the favorite line of the administration. So nobody should be able to dominate the scene. Thank you. I'll be explaining the further later.
Mr. Chen Hangpan, Mr. Deputy, concerning the Rural Representative Election Legislation Amendment Bill 2013, the objective is to give a statutory status to the Kai Phong representative elections for Ping Chau and Cheung Chau. This is to ensure that the elections can be conducted in a fair and open manner. I support the bill. The Ping Chau and the Cheung Chau rural committees have Kai Phong representative members. These Kai Phong representatives can reflect the wishes of the residents to the rural committee. At the moment, the Kai Phong representative elections are conducted administratively, and there are 39 and 17 seats respectively. For Cheung Chau and Ping Chau. The district office provides support for such elections, and the district officer is the returning officer. According to the administration, there isn't a statutory basis for the Kai Phong representative elections, and so there are inadequacies, there are operational problems. For example, if someone objects to an entry in the electors register, then the district officer will have to give a ruling. And concerning election petitions, they are also handled by the district officer islands, and there is no independent monitoring. And also the elections are not subject to election legislation, and so people in custody cannot cast their votes. And there is no and also the REO, Immigration Department and Buildings Department are not required by the law to provide information to the REO for the sake of checking the accuracy of the register. So the purpose of the legislation is to expand the application of the VREO, the EAC ordinance, and the ECICO. These ordinances as well as their subsidiary legislation will in future apply to the election of rural representatives in 2015 and after. And so I want to say that I support this amendment. The amendment can make us or can ensure that future elections will be more open and fairer. At the moment, Changsha and Pingchao adopt the block voting system for their Kaifeng representative elections. Each voter or elector can vote for one or more than one candidate. But of course, number of votes can't exceed the number of seats available. So in other words, for Changsha voters, they can vote for 1 to 39 Kaifeng representatives or candidates, and in Pingchao 1 to 17. Some are of the view that the block vote system would make it easier for certain groups of candidates to dominate the election, and as a result, it will be more difficult for individual candidates to win the elections. And some have said that Changsha and Pingchao should be divided into smaller constituencies to avoid domination by one or a number of groups of candidates. And then some say that the number of votes cast should be limited to a certain percentage of the number of seats available. But then in my view, the voting method has been in place for a long time and has served Changsha and Pingchao well. We should not change the arrangements lightly. All along, Changsha and Pingchao has been a single constituency. And Changsha and Pingchao are small communities only. In fact, the residents and the electors know each other very well. They know the candidates, their background, their track record, and voters cast their vote on the basis of the experience, expertise, and dedication of the candidates. It is said that candidates can carry out joint campaigning, but then at the same time, electors can exercise free choice. They need not choose all those in a single group carrying out joint campaigning. They may only choose one or two members in this group. So electors can objectively assess the character and ability of the candidates and choose the candidates that they like. And also, Changsha and Pingchao are integrated communities. The interests of the residents are interconnected and indivisible. As you know, in Changsha, there are only a few streets. And so if one part of the street belongs to one constituency and another part of the street belongs to another constituency, then there will be poor coordination. So if, say, Changsha and Pingchao are divided into smaller constituencies, then a Kaifeng representative may only represent one street or half of a street, and that would affect the overall development of Changsha and Pingchao. For example, for Changsha North and Changsha South, the population is rather scattered, and so it is not good to divide Changsha into small constituencies. And it will be very difficult for the Changsha Rural Committee to play a coordinating role. So under the present system, the residents enjoy the fair right to vote, to nominate candidates, and to take part in the elections. And so as the block vote system has served Changsha and Pingchao well, it should not be changed. And some are of the view that the name of the bill should be Village Representative and Rural Representative Election Legislation Amendment Bill. And this is to reaffirm the VR system. Now, the VREO provides for the election of over 1,000 representatives, of village representatives for the villages in the NT. And now, under this bill, the Kaifong representative elections are brought under statutory control. And the name of the bill now reads Rural Representative Election Legislation Amendment Bill. But then some are worried that this name may dwarf the role of VRs. They in fact, constitute the majority under this bill. In fact, VRs have been elected many times in history, and also the term VR is very clear. The meaning is clearer than that of the term rural representative, because people may not know exactly what rural representative refers to. And so in the amendment bill, or in this bill, I hope that the administration can call the bill Village Representative and Rural Representative Election Legislation Bill in order to emphasize the role and the status of VRs. All in all, I support the bill. So in other words, I want the Kaifong representative election to be brought under statutory control, and also the voting method should be retained. And I hope that the bill should be called the Village Representative and Rural Representative Election Bill. Thank you.
Mr. Ma Fung-Pok. Mr. President, I speak in support of the amendments in the Rural Representative Election Legislation Amendment Bill 2013. In the past, in the KFR elections of Changchao and Pengchao, there's no statutory basis, so they followed the established practices. Thus, they had encountered a great deal of problems. In order to regularize the two elections, the amendments are reasonable. And through this bill, there'll be a statutory status given to the elected representatives so as to serve the Kaifongs. During the period of scrutiny, a number of issues were of particular concern to members. In particular, whether or not Changchao and Pengchao should be divided into a number of constituencies in order to abolish the single constituency system, and whether there should be a one-person, one-vote system to replace the block vote system. I think the first suggestion is difficult to implement. Changchao and Pengchao respectively of 8,600 and 3,100 KFRs to represent the residents. In the past elections, there were only 2,505 and 1,705 voters respectively, 29% and 57% respectively. If there are to be smaller constituencies, there will be even fewer electors. And then candidates will only need a small number of votes in order to get elected. Therefore, the degree of recognition and representation will be doubted. In fact, the two types of elections are not very different. There's not much uniqueness. So I am inclined to have one single constituency. As for the other suggestion, that is to adopt the block vote system to replace the other electoral systems, I don't see any justifications and reasons for adopting that suggestion, that is to adopt the block vote system. Mr. Albert Ho wants to restrict for Changchao and Pengchao elections the number of KFRs to be elected, and he would like to set percentages. I understand that Mr. Ho would like to improve the electoral systems, but then during the scrutiny period, more stakeholders are in favor of the existing arrangements. That is, in the Changchao and Pengchao KFR elections, at most 39 and 17 candidates respectively should be elected and returned. Of course, we should give consideration to the views of the stakeholders. There are pros and cons to the electoral systems, but in future, there's still room for further assessment. We should take the opportunity of this bill to establish a statutory basis for these elections. So I support the administration's amendments.
Mr. Albert Chan, Mr. Deputy, in dealing with the scrutiny of this bill, actually we are dealing with some historical legacy. So we try to resolve some of these problems, but then the more we try to deal with that, the more problems have surfaced. So some of the problems have not been clarified by the introduction of this bill. Instead, it has given rise to new disputes and generated some new problems. Well, dating back to the 1990s, under the colonial era, well, on the issue of Wong Wai Chak Tong, we tried to deal with that by way of legislation. So Chiang Chau, with regard to block lease and also the control of the block lease, and Wong Wai Chak Tong became the lessee of the block lease, and its status was changed as a result of that amendment bill, and that also in turn affected the residents' relationship there, in particular when it comes to land management. And I was the deputy chairman of the Bills Committee responsible for scrutinizing this bill, and Tang Xiu Tong was the chairman, and only two of the members of the Bills Committee are still here today in this council. With regard to Wong Wai Chak Tong, well, it has a direct and necessary relationship with today's bill that is presented before us. With regard to the election system there, well, some members might have some difficulty understanding the wording and also the spirit. Well, with regard to the indigenous inhabitants election, our understanding might not be entirely correct. Well, looking at the indigenous inhabitants organization before 1898 in the new territories, so long as you have a community, then to a certain extent it's already treated as an indigenous inhabitants group. Well, when it comes to market towns like Tai Po market and so on, is somewhat different, because when you describe a place as a market town, then you're actually talking about people doing or engaging in some hawking activities in the morning, and then they'd go back to their homes in the evening. And that would not constitute a village where villagers would be living together in the same village. But then sometimes market towns could also become a place of inhabitation. If that market town before 1898 already formed themselves into a community, so you can actually say that this market town already became a village of indigenous inhabitants. Earlier on, when we scrutinized another bill on rural election, I successfully managed to do this, like what the DAB always claimed it was able to do. So nobody would have believed that Albert Chan had managed to get indigenous inhabitants to go into that village, and I was able to convince many members of this council and officials so that Yuen Long Market, which is right next to the Yuen Long West Rail Station, is a very unique and special market town, and it was also included as one of the indigenous villages under the rural election system. So it became one of the 100 or so indigenous villages. So it's also called Yuen Long Market Towns. So when you criticize Chiang Chau for not being a village per se, I think the arguments are similar. Well, Chiang Chau and Mui Wo are no different. Mui Wo is very similar to Chiang Chau. They also have many streets and villages, and then right in the next lane you have another village, you have different representatives. You also have formal village setups. So if you say that, all right, it cannot be treated as an independent village, well, this is happening all over the place in the new territories. So just a lane across the street, you have another village. So I believe that in Yunlong, they also have many such villages. And if you go to Shangshui, Taipo, Shatin, or even Puyo, Puyo is the same. All right, right next to Puyo in Tai Wai, and then you have another village representative across the road. So you talk about geographical distance. All right, the location is slightly different, and therefore it cannot be regarded as a village. This is not in line with what's happening on the ground. Coming back to Changchao, all right, I think it was in 1995 or 96, the then LegCo enacted a piece of legislation scrapping the status of Wong Wai Chang Tong as the lessee of a block lease, because Wong Wai Chak Tong also had different streets, because they had their own connections, and they had their own representative system. They also had persons in charge. So in many villages, they also had the system in place. All right, they had different communities, and they also elected the representatives by way of election. But then they did not use those names. They used the name Tong. So they were there before 1898. They also had the formal system. They also had persons in charge. They also had formal powers. So their powers were even more extensive than those of indigenous inhabitants organizations, because in the Qing dynasty, well, the person who had the ultimate say in Wong Wai Chak Tong would be a lot stronger than those persons in charge of other indigenous villages, organizations in the new territories. That's why when the Wong Wai Chak Tong legislation was passed, and of course Wong Wai Chak Tong was staunchly against the amendment bill that was enacted. And they did not say that given the fact that my status as a lessee of the block lease was scrapped, I should have been incorporated in the indigenous villages setup. That would have been a lot more fair. But then their descendants did not raise this themselves back then. They were of the view that they were Changchao's legitimate indigenous villages. They were actually the landlord of Changchao, because in the Qing dynasty, because of this special endowment by the emperor, they had this special status. But then if you look at this from the perspective of the rural representative election system, and also if you look at the original intention of having this indigenous inhabitants system, all right, the people's power is against the privileges enjoyed by indigenous villages. We are against small house policy. But then if you just look at it from the principle of the law, being fair, just, and you have to respect history, then Changchao should have two groups of people. Because the VR system also had indigenous villages organizations and non-indigenous villages organization. And then in Changchao, you have the rule committee there. I believe that overwhelming majority of them were not indigenous villages who had inhabited the place before 1898. That's why they are not representatives of indigenous inhabitants. And for those who are genuine indigenous inhabitants in Changchao, they are descendants of Wong Wai Chak Tong. So Wong Wai Chak Tong's descendants should be 100% indigenous inhabitants. They are descendants of indigenous inhabitants. They had records to show their ancestral connections, and they've also reached an agreement with the HAD with regard to what's meant by indigenous inhabitants. They also had formal representatives returned by election, and before the enactment of this the piece of legislation in this council, they had already been there. And in the early 1990s and also in 1898, there were proof to show that they had some form of election system to elect the representatives of Wong Wai Chak Tong. So if you look at it from the angle of history, then Cheung Chau's Wong Wai Chak Tong, if you look at its organization and mode of operation, when compared to many so-called indigenous villages or village representatives in the new territories, well, in terms of the election system, the element of election or representativeness is even stronger. Because if you look at the new territories, many have gone through relocations and so on, and therefore some of the existing indigenous villages are not the same as those that had inhabited those places before 1898. But then if you look at Cheung Chau, this group of residents, well, their ancestors were already here before 1898. So how come they are not treated as indigenous inhabitants? So the amendment bill has not been able to deal with this historical problem, and based on that, this is not fair and just. And to these genuine indigenous inhabitants, it's not fair. Therefore, People's Power will vote against the second reading of this bill. As I discussed with Mr. Lau Wong Fat earlier on Wong Wai Chak Tong and Cheung Chau's characteristics, I believe that Hung Yi Kok and Wong Wai Chak Tong's descendants should have a meeting as soon as possible, because we understand that if you want to convince the HA Bureau to agree that Wong Wai Chak Tong's representatives should become indigenous residents representatives, you will have to convince the Hung Yi Kok first. But then the problem is, overwhelming majority of these so-called rural representatives are actually at loggerheads with Wong Wai Chak Tong politically. They are at opposite ends. So if I am a rural representative or village representative of Cheung Chau, even though I'm not a descendant of Wong Wai Chak Tong, all right, I've become the feudal lord. All right, you're trying to replace me and snatch me of my power, and you're actually trying to go back to what's been happening before the 1990s. So you're asking them to abandon their power. I think it's just a pipe dream. And majority of these people are the allies of DAB, and they have the DAB, which is the biggest political party in this council. Of course, you know my political affiliation, and therefore I'll have to distance myself from you. So this is a political issue. And this group of people in Cheung Chau, these are the local leaders in Cheung Chau, and they have the DAB as their backup. And every year, they have also been heavily involved in DAB's election campaign. So this is about mutual or reciprocal coverage politically for one another. So who can deny what I said just now? There is a lot of documentary proof to show that Wong Wai Chak Tong should have been treated as indigenous inhabitants is indisputable. Yes, in some documents they have the wording village, but then the fact that it had been in existence as a community is indisputable. Therefore, I believe that with the support of the DAB and with the DAB trying to protect them, well, for Wong Wai Chak Tong to get justice, it will be extremely difficult, if at all possible. That's why I hope that for the pro-establishment camp who are not from the DAB, you will have to respect history. This is a fact. As I said at the beginning, we are against the setup of indigenous inhabitants. They should not have enjoyed any privilege any privilege after 1997. There should be no distinction between indigenous or non-indigenous villages. But then you will have to respect history. You will also have to respect the relations amongst the various parties, and therefore we should vote against the second reading of this bill so that they would not be able to implement the bill, and then that would force the Home Affairs Bureau to restart the negotiation so that we can serve justice on history, and then the indigenous villagers in Changchao will be given justice.
Does any other member wish to speak? Mr. Leung Kwok Hong. Mr. Deputy. I have met the Changchao residents at the complaints division, but I want to say that I seldom go to Changchao. For the rural committees and the interests of the indigenous villagers, we've said many times that such benefits or privileges should be scrapped. Then look at how many votes the rural forces have in the small circle elections. So do you think they will be willing to give up their privileges? Concerning bills passed by this council, can they be subject to a judicial review? The answer is yes. Now, for example, I have gone to court because of the president's decision to end the filibustering. So maybe someone will seek a judicial review of this piece of legislation. Now, I sought a judicial review of the interception of communication legislation at the time, and then I won. Chang Tak-shing is here. He's very busy because $60 million need to be spent on Project Phoenix. But then I have to try to chase for wages in arrears for certain people in the football sector. But I understand you are very busy. You have to entertain many people. Now, some people just say that what they say is true. So it's like the interpretation of Article 45 of the Basic Law. My interpretation is the right one, some people say. So now, it was said that Changchao was called a village. So it was a village which was recognized as a village, but then this village can't hold a VR election. So I asked the official whether it could no longer hold a VR election because it was not called a village, and as a result there was never a VR election, and so this place couldn't be a village. So concerning the Gazette notice in 1898, was that village really a village? And then second, I want to ask this question. When the administration has a dispute with resident organizations, what is the approach adopted by the administration? So the governor, the district office, were responsible for the administration of these places. And as chaos had arisen, who would be responsible the administration or those being rude. Was the Wong Wai Chak Tong election a VR election? And was that place a village? Or was it a fishing village? Now, if you go to Mui Wo, you see only concrete, and yet a street is regarded as a village. So in 1898, Cheung Chau was regarded as a fishing village, not a market. And then, or maybe it was a market town with some villages nearby. And now this administration is telling members that I don't care. I'm not going to deal with this issue anymore. So people said Cheung Chau used to be a village, and the elections that took place were in fact village elections. And the indigenous villager organization is still here. But now you are saying that you want the bill to be passed and you want LegCo to be the rubber stamp, and I won't rubber stamp this bill because you haven't sorted out all the relevant issues. Now, in fact, with small circle elections, the distribution of interest is bound to be like this. People who can exercise influence, or groups that can exercise influence in a small circle elections, can get the benefits. Now, I don't know people from the Wong Wai Chak Tong, and I don't really think they have those powers. But I can't say that the legal justifications put forward by Wong Wai Chak Tong and the residents are wrong. I don't know people, the Wong Wai Chak Tong people, and people in the rural area do not like me. So if I go to Cheung Chau, maybe they will criticize me. But in this case, I really can't vote in support of the administration, and I think the administration should start some discussions with the stakeholders in Cheung Chau. There are these people who claim that they are indigenous villagers, and they can fulfill the administration's definitions concerning VR elections. So I think it's important that we all act in a fair manner. I hope that members will vote against the bill. This is to force the administration to return to the negotiating table with Cheung Chau residents and Wong Wai Chak Tong. Why am I doing this? I hope that members will consider this very carefully. I think it's really bad to have bills passed in this council being struck down after judicial reviews. And I think the secretary and his colleagues do not reason. You may raise 1,000 questions, 100 queries. They do not really answer your questions and queries. They just repeat their standard or model answers. It's like implementing